All right. I'll declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts for the inquiry into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. I would like to acknowledge the Noongar as the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and their continuing cultural and spiritual connections to this land, its seas and waters. I pay my respects to Noongar ancestors and elders past, present and future. I also extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who may be with us here today. By way of introduction, I am Brian Mitchell, Chair of the Committee. If I could ask my colleague to introduce herself.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
Thank you, Mrs Archer. And I will now call representatives of the Western Australian Government. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the Committee?
Thank you. My name's Lainey Chopping and I am the Director General of the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries in Western Australia.
Good morning, my name's Nikki Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Culture and Arts in the department.
Good morning, my name's Patrick McLaughlin and I'm a Project Officer Investment for the Department of Culture and Arts.
Thank you each. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the Committee know and we will consider your request. Although the Committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Commonwealth Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the Committee will consider the matter. And I now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement, and I also would like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and the traditional owners of the lands that we meet here on today on, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and to acknowledge that we meet on the beautiful Derbil Yerigan, which is of spiritual significance to traditional owners and of significance to us as West Australians. I will be using the acronym DLGSC, which is our abbreviation of the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries, of which I'm proud to be the Director General. We support a range of Western Australian government portfolios, including culture and the arts, and my colleagues are from that division of the department, but also the sport and recreation portfolio, the multicultural interests portfolio, the local government portfolio, and the racing, gaming and liquor portfolio. So the state government has welcomed the Australian government's inquiry into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry during what's a pivotal time for contemporary music artists, arts workers and industry members. The state government and the Australian government working together is crucial in addressing the issues faced by the live music industry, and the challenges for the industry are multidimensional and complex. Just to name a few, they include changes in consumer behaviour, including ticket purchasing and drinking behaviours, significantly increased operational freighting and touring costs, lack of affordable insurance, increased ticket prices and unpredictable weather events. It is important to point out that for Western Australia's music industry, many of these issues are exacerbated by our geographical distance. These considerations impact all types of live music performance, including large-scale commercial music events, national touring music festivals, local music festivals, mid-tier concerts and gigs at smaller local venues. The entire ecosystem of live music is seeing challenges, but each category of live music performance has its own set of key issues. The challenges for small local venues hosting a local band are different to the challenges for large venues attracting major live commercial music events. The state government has already put significant work into addressing these concerns on a state level and stands ready to work with the Commonwealth to support the sector on a national level. The DLGSC has met with West Australian key live music venues with the support of WA Music to discuss the difficulties they are experiencing. Live music venues are supported by a range of our portfolios, including the culture and arts portfolio, but also the local government and the racing, gaming and liquor portfolio. Our portfolios have reviewed their services to examine regulatory impediments and potential stimuli for increased audience engagement. The live music sector is an important part of WA's social and cultural fabric and a key sector within the creative industries. Creative industries has been identified by our state government as a priority sector in our economic framework for diversification, known as Diversify WA, because of the wide range of economic development opportunities that emerge from this sector. WA contemporary music is held in high regard nationally and contributes to a broader ecosystem of artistic development, livability, jobs, skills and industries. It's also, so the state government's submission to the inquiry included a recommendation for incentivising underage live music events to support audience development for future generations of music lovers, as well as assisting live music venues specifically with access to affordable public liability insurance. It also included a recommendation for assisting the whole live music sector, including festivals and one-off events, with reducing operators' insurance risk ratings, which in turn will directly affect their ability to gain public liability insurance. With the current lack of competition and affordability in Australia's public liability insurance landscape, many venues have indicated that their operational models are becoming unprofitable. This issue needs to be addressed at a national level. The state government will play its role by continuing to support the WA live music sector through a new commitment of $3 million for the DLGSC Contemporary Music Fund over the next 4 years. This commitment recognises the need to continue to invest to create a thriving arts and cultural scene. The Contemporary Music Fund supports the Short Notice Activity Program, known as SNAP, and targeted initiatives to grow the sector. It's enabled many WA acts to take their first national and international tours, and it's also recently supported attendance at the annual Big Sound Music Conference in Brisbane and the South by Southwest Music Conference in Austin, Texas, opening up career development and promotional opportunities on the national and world stage. Support has also been provided for WA Games composers to attend the Games Developers Conference in San Francisco, linking in the music component of the expanding games industry for Western Australia. And DLGSC is also undertaking further research and modelling to test other potential government interventions to address the challenges faced by the live music industry in Western Australia. Our state government's support for the contemporary music scene stands firm, and we hope to be able to work closely with the Australian Government and Music Australia to leverage support for the industry on a state and federal level at a crucial time in its post-pandemic history. Since 2017, more than $12 million has been invested through Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries, in addition to the contributions made by other government agencies in Western Australia. Thank you, and we look forward to the discussions and questions here today.
Thank you very much, Ms Chopping, for that introductory statement. We'll crack right into it. You talk about insurance, which has come up. I mean, everything you've raised in your submission and your intro statement, I think, has been raised consistently by other witnesses. So we're certainly seeing a pattern emerge, a consistent pattern emerge. But in different people have different ideas about what should be done about insurance, and we're sometimes a bit of a loss as to, you know, where do we go. Specifically, with a national approach to insurance, can you just tease that out a bit more in terms of what it is you think that should be happening there?
So perhaps if I commence and then some further detail from the team. So if we look at other industries and the work that's been done to address issues of insurance costs, I think a collective approach to dealing with insurers in terms of having a shared understanding of risk and what the industry can do to reduce its risk rating, a collaborative discussion is something that can be led by the Commonwealth. I think that's a really important first step.
You mentioned other sectors. Are there other sectors where that occurs?
Yeah, so as I understand it, in other sectors there have been discussions collectively with insurers about reducing insurance risk ratings. So post the issues that we had with home indemnity insurance in particular, there's been a range of examples that have occurred historically of where industries have gone collectively to insurers to discuss these issues in terms of reducing the risk ratings. I think there's obviously that approach. We see in some other sectors, so for example in the local government sector, collective insurance schemes that exist that have been started as mutual schemes across industries, and we think there's some potential to explore those models. We have also seen schemes that have been developed where there's been government underwriting of those schemes, where the market just isn't able to provide affordable options. So from our perspective, those are three possibilities that we have previously looked at and had discussions with other states and territories. But I might ask Ms Miller to elaborate on that with any further examples.
No, I've got nothing. I think you've covered it, Lainey. But clearly, and Luke Rinaldi in his submission to you gave the perfect example for us of Badlands Spa, a mid-sized venue that had to close last year with its public liability insurance increasing tenfold, and they'd never made a claim. That was a key piece of infrastructure for us. So
and we've had a similar, we had some evidence, I think 2 days ago, somebody saying the same thing, that they've never had a claim but their insurance has gone up heaps, and there's concerns that they're being lumped in. Like it's almost like the insurance sees music as a whole, and there's no sort of sectoral division between festivals that are impacted by climate and weather and other eventualities, compared to inner city pubs or inner city venues, more to the point, that have never had a claim, but somehow they're getting caught up in all these other areas. So it'd be fascinating if we could speak to the insurance industry again. I'm not sure we'll have time before we wrap up, but that's been a big issue. You have feel free to jump in.
You go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll think of some other things in case you ask the questions I've got.
So, what would incentives look like for young people? There's been different ideas put forward. I know you've put some forward yourselves, but just for the Hansard, get them on the Hansard. So we've had voucher ideas put forward. We had some terrific analysis yesterday put forward that there's a generation of young people who just didn't have that sort of coming of age of going out, and perhaps one idea could be have their coming of age now 2 or 3, 4 years later, where they get to go into gigs free. That was put forward as an idea. Anything specific from you to add to that?
I think I'll ask Ms Miller to answer that question.
yeah, equally, the voucher idea certainly has merit. When we've interviewed young people, they've said the cost of going to things is a huge barrier. There's also just less things on offer for them to go now. And I 100% agree with that concept that there is this generation, because of COVID, that's missed out on that experience of being able to go out at that time of their life. You know, that 16 to 19-year-old, they've missed that experience. They've lived a more insulated life not always to the benefit of their mental health. Certainly there's a lot less all ages gigs on offer, so anything that can be done to incentivise that would be fantastic, whether that be through special youth organisations that can, or an incentive for producers, or even working perhaps to incentivise local government to put on more all age gigs.
Well, I grew up in the era of blue light discos here in Perth, so they were very popular. Young, 12, 13 sort of geared. I guess you've got different things for different ages that you need to appeal to. But from memory, WA's got a pretty active youth sector. It's at the government level, and Ms Chopping, you've got a catch-all department with local government and creative industry / arts all in the same thing. What are you doing at your level to encourage all ages gigs here in WA? What can be done?
So I think we can increase our engagement with local governments about the issue of what their responsibility is for arts policy and arts development within their local area, and that is happening already. So I understand that the Youth Affairs peak body for Western Australia is currently providing consultancy services to a number of local governments about the way in which they're developing their youth approach and their arts approach. So there's some good opportunities there for local government to develop some firm strategies. I think also local governments have got assets that they own, for example, town halls, and many of those assets actually require significant maintenance or upgrades to enable them to be able to be there to provide concert services. So that's something that we've been discussing with philanthropic funders and also Lottery West, who's a big funder of cultural facilities in Western Australia, and then talking about how an organisation such as ours might be able to assist artists to undertake regional tours, for example, and then when doing so, providing concerts in those kinds of venues. So looking at how facilities are upgraded and then how artists can actually get out to those regions. We already support artists to do regional travel and other arts organisations through a range of programs that we fund and that we work in partnership with Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development in relation to some funding that goes into those systems. So definitely think local government's got a role to play, but I do think for local government also the insurance and risk issues around hosting underage gigs in particular is an issue for them to come to grips with in terms of what those costs are, how they provide security. As I'm the Director of Liquor Licensing here in Western Australia, and we've made some recent changes to liquor licensing arrangements to enable more live music to be in licensed venues. But at the moment, there's no incentive for licensed venues to not sell alcohol at events and open their doors for underage events. That said, I do know that the Rosemount Hotel, for example, in Fitzgerald Street in North Perth, provides a venue for some teenage music programs that perform there annually or on a semi-regular basis. So there are some venues just doing that because of their love of the live music scene.
Is there a prohibition on underage people, like say 16 to 18, 16 to just under 18, going into a licensed gig? So if it's a licensed gig and a licensed venue, does that preclude younger people from even entering the premises to enjoy the music?
Without an adult.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, without an adult present.
How much of a barrier do you think that is in terms of introducing younger people to live music? We've had evidence about this previously, and I expected that would have been the case because I think that's the case in most jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. But apparently in the US, which is sort of interesting given that they're 21 years of age, but for alcohol in most states, that there is an ability to enter that if you're young or underage, you can go and see the music. You just can't be served the alcohol. So I guess the responsibility then is on the venue just to check IDs and
yes,
and of course you'll always have some mate buying a beer for somebody, and all those risks are always there. But do you think that's much of how significant a barrier do you think that is in terms of young people accessing live music? Because the acts want to go to venues to maximise their audience participation.
Yes.
That'll be in licensed venues where there's money over the bar. So that age of 15 to 18, they're not getting the intro to live music because they're precluded from attending.
So not unless they're going, obviously if they're going with a...
nobody wants to go on that.
With
I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess you could go with an older brother or sister or something, but even then. But do you think there's room to reform the law in there, or do you think it's just too hard?
So we've recently made some changes to liquor arrangements to clarify for the industry that they are able to, for example, employ someone over the age of 16 and under the age of 18 as a glassy or as someone to clear the tables, someone to work in the venue. And that's the first step towards looking at how we can safely allow younger people to actually be in entertainment venues where liquor is served, but that liquor is served responsibly to people who are over 18. So we're definitely on a journey with the live music industry in particular to look at how we can craft licensing around liquor to enable exactly what you're talking about in terms of access for younger people to venues.
Yeah, so yeah.
I was just jumping on that point because I suppose some of the evidence we've heard is on the other side of that, that venues are reporting changes in consumer behaviour where people are not going out and they're not consuming alcohol in the way that they once did. And the business models of these venues, bar takings for the venue and ticket sales to the artists, for example, is not sustaining the venues. Have you heard of any alternatives that people are exploring, or do you have some views around changed business models to adapt?
Following the roundtable meetings that we had with industry last year, we changed the liquor licensing arrangements for live music venues around profit sharing with artists to send a message to venues that that there was a way forward. So we've made it easier for live music to be in venues. We're definitely looking at other signals that we can send to the hospitality industry about being given preferential treatment if they've got live music. We just, I'm in the process of making changes to some policy that previously privileged interstate and overseas artists when they come to licensed venues in Western Australia. So currently, venue operators can apply for an extension, a 1 hour extension on a Sunday in relation to if they've got an external artist from overseas or interstate coming, but not a West Australian artist, which one of my predecessors thought that was a way of stopping people from manoeuvring in a way just to put any old person on the stage and then be able to open for an extra hour. But we're looking at ways of giving people the benefit of the doubt to say that many venues would like to have live music because it brings in a whole new generation of audience. So how do we provide preferences? That said, live music venues do talk about the fact that the metrics of their finances, as you've heard from others, is affected by a decrease in alcohol consumption amongst young people. That's something that we hear regularly, and so the metrics are really based for these venues are based around earning money from food and beverage. So how that will change over time, that is one of the reasons that they're coming to us for preferential treatment, for incentives or for other levers that we can use to assist them around reducing their costs. So the insurance issue that we're raising is one of those. We've made some changes to the requirements for security, so to decrease the requirement for professional security guards and move towards more managers who can act as marshals, and so that will bring down overheads because they're not getting the same level of income from alcohol.
How advanced does that work?
So the security work has already been done. So we've been through and reviewed all venues that fall into the live music category. So we know who those venues are, and then we've made changes to any venue that's not high risk. We've made changes to their requirements and clarified with them. Yeah, already. So that's already completed.
Measuring that risk, because that's something that, of course, we've heard, and through the insurance arguments as well, that there's a bit of a unilateral approach to determining risk in other jurisdictions rather than a case by case, a venue by venue assessment.
So ours is venue by venue for the purposes of liquor licensing and security requirements, and it's based on a risk assessment that predominantly is informed by police. And is also informed by the compliance record of the staff and the licensee. So any venues that have problematic, I was going to say that, but I was trying to find another way of saying it. Are unlikely to benefit from that, but a number of other venues have benefited from that. When we had the industry roundtable, it was interesting that there were some licensees who believed that the security provision applied to them, but in actual fact, it didn't apply to them. So they just assumed that that was what they needed to do, but we then worked with them on a case-by-case basis to look at what was the way they could minimise their costs, so to contribute to their ability to be able to continue to provide the service.
And have you had some evaluation from that process or some feedback from those venues about whether or not that has assisted them, helped them keep their costs down. And
Not from individual venues. We haven't had a follow-up individual meeting, but from WA.
How long has it been enforced for?
12 months, around 12 months. But from WA Music, from the peak body, we've had ongoing positive feedback about the initiatives that we put in place already, and also the way that we're providing more of a concierge kind of service through our liquor area. Where it is a live music venue, they've got a person that they know they can talk to, that the culture and arts industry people can link up with the liquor licensing people to think about it from a industry perspective rather than from a regulatory licensing, only from a regulatory licensing perspective. We've also waived some of the fees associated with applying for around the profit sharing licenses. We've waived fees around that as well. So early days, but looking at ways that we can make changes that are going to reduce their costs.
Have there been any bumps in the road that you hadn't anticipated? That if you, in coming through the transition of that process, if you were to do it all over again, what have you learned from it? Some of them, have there been mistakes made in that process that you could avoid? Cause if we were to make recommendations on where to go, and you've gone through this process already, which is what can people avoid doing? Or is it I'd be interested to my colleagues to contribute as well from an industry perspective. So perhaps
probably just an education campaign so that people, as the Director General said, there was some people not understanding what did apply and didn't apply. So there's probably more work can be done as a wider spread education campaign. We're also working with Creative Australia and their workplaces work that they're doing to understand that people understand, what legislation applies to them when they're being employed. So there's all aspects of understanding what legislation applies to who is really needed, because for so many people it's a part-time thing, and to see them as selves as a part of a proper industry where all of the legislation applies is important.
So you mentioned before how the peak is WA Music, is that what it's called?
Yes.
The peak, they've got some idea of how that change is working. Would you be able to get the data on a venue that 18 months ago had to employ certain levels of security and do certain things, but now has to do less or in a different way? What demonstrable impact that change has had on their economics. That would be useful data, I think, for us to be able to examine. If you're able to pull it together or get it and provide that to the Secretary, that I think would be useful.
We can do that. So we can reach out to WA Music, ask them to touch base with all of the participants at the previous meeting and any other members who benefited as a result of particularly the profit sharing reform and the security arrangements. They've also got now the 16 to 18-year-old clarification on glassies, so that will reduce their employment costs. But there's still more to come, so which hasn't been announced yet. So will be announced in coming weeks in terms of things that will reduce their costs from a liquor licensing perspective. And in addition to that, we now will be employing some concierge staff at the front end of our licensing area who will be able to case manage live music venues so that they are able to do exactly what Ms Miller referred to, which is to work out, okay, this is you, this is what you want to be able to do. That's fantastic for the live music industry. Let's try and craft your license arrangements in a way that's going to be preferential towards you, and send a strong signal that we want a vibrant live music sector. So yes, the answer is we can ask for preliminary information on what they've noticed, but there is still the best is yet to come.
Yeah, that'll be useful, I think. You mentioned before about the support given for regional tours and that sort of thing. Are there identifiable trails? I mean, we were talking offline earlier about the Tasmanian Whiskey Trail. You hop from town to town and distillery to distillery, clearly in a bus, not self-driven. But are there identifiable live music trails through WA? Like, they've got the southwest.
Yes, and I think I'll ask Mr. McLaughlin to comment on that, and also the changes that we've seen over the last 10 years or so in terms of the lessening all the way around to a circuit.
And particularly how well they work and how they work now compared to how they used to, and why that might be and what needs to happen.
Yeah, sure. So the biggest challenge, I guess, with WA is the size. A lot of it's uninhabited. So traditionally, when artists come to Perth, they'll play Perth, maybe Perth and Fremantle, and then they'll go southwest. So Bunbury, Margaret River, Dunsborough, even Albany, they're kind of the main core parts. To take the rest of the state, there's sort of Geraldton and then up to Port Hedland, Broome. That happens, but that requires flying. It's literally the same as going to Melbourne in terms of cost or time. So in terms of the change, the biggest change I think we've seen since COVID and then now with the cost of living situation is we're getting less artists from the eastern states coming at all levels, and that's kind of having a bit of an impact on things locally, because generally when national level artists that are emerging start touring and creating their sort of audience and touring, they will engage with local artists and maybe do those runs. So those runs we're talking about together. Yeah, and then that creates community and it creates connections for future. Plus, it helps all those venues. So I think there has been a change in terms of the volume of acts we're getting. So it makes it much harder at the moment to kind of do that more extensive touring. We do offer grants and things for that, but I think the biggest impact has been the acts coming from the eastern states.
Are your grants conditional in any way on international and national and eastern states acts putting on local actors as support?
Well, the way that, no, they're not conditional, but generally the grants that we provide are for the artists from Perth or the rest of the state. So it might be a case of, it might be an artist who's in Broome or in Port Hedland to come to Perth or to go elsewhere, or Perth artists to do that. So
I was just wondering whether the WA government, because of the tyranny of distance from the eastern states, whether you do offer incentives for the big international acts that may have Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane gigs to come over to Perth. You might offer an incentive for them to come here, and then whether you have conditions on you must have a local act.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note for this department, we do exactly as Mr. McLaughlin said. So we fund a whole lot of artists to travel in Western Australia, to the eastern seaboard and internationally, and there's a range of different programs that we have for that, and that's a regular part of our business. What we don't see is other jurisdictions funding bands to come from their jurisdiction into our jurisdiction, and that is a missing, because of the costs of them doing that. They can't self-fund that, and so we miss out on seeing those bands come here.
You got to be Events WA. Or
yes.
So
we then have in a different department. So we have a statutory board called Tourism WA, and they have funds to expend on a range of stimulation factors for events, for large scale events. So, in the public domain, obviously Coldplay and the concert we had here, because of the tourism element, both the domestic and international tourism element, they make an investment in incentivising that to occur. And then often we will do activation around that. So in the Coldplay example, the lion's share of the subsidy comes from Tourism WA. We then funded a local competition for artists to compete, to be able to provide the backup act. Okay. And I might ask Ms. Miller to elaborate for you on how we do that. So this is activation of local around international.
Yeah. So in that example, capitalising on Coldplay's only Australian concert in 2023, $15,000 each was provided to support the winners of, we called it Coldplay Start Rising competition. The winners were Andrian Zavuki and King Ibis. The funding was to help with activities such as recording, marketing, touring and attending industry events. So the upshot of that is King Ibis have since released a new single and undertaken an East Coast tour, and Adrian Zvuki has likewise released a new single and undertaken shows on the East Coast, as well as Singapore and Canada since the opportunity. When artists apply to us for funding, we insist that they already have the venues booked where they're going to go and the tour and a marketing plan. And so we know from experience that different genres of music have different key markets. So, for example, heavy metal to Germany, they have to provide evidence of the benefit that they're going to get from the tour. So, in a sense, they have to have the tour already organised before we provide the support.
Just so you're the cherry, not the cake.
That's
Yeah, all right.
Which we've done also. Then Tourism WA obviously is providing incentives and covering costs for things like the European Soccer Festival that we have each year here at the stadium. And in at least one of the years, we have funded a local act to perform at halftime, which means they can get stadium experience and they can also get international streaming or international television opportunities, which is a really incredible opportunity for local bands.
I mean, probably goes to the weeds here, but I mean, it sounds like you're really you put a lot of thought into when the events come here, whether it's sporting events or other events. If there's a live music opportunity, there's somehow your mechanical apparatus within government goes right.
Yes.
There's a let's make there's an opportunity here for local performers. That must be a deliberate strategy, I take it. Is one of long-standing or fairly recent?
It's fairly recent, and part of so after 2017, the state government made a decision to amalgamate a number of government departments, part of machinery of government change, and so that was what formed this department. And then for us, that is about bringing together these portfolios. So you may have seen recently we celebrated the 40th anniversary of winning the America's Cup. And because we look after culture as well and arts as well as sport and recreation, we worked with our culture and arts area, led the community cultural celebration we had more than 20,000 people down at the Quay in Fremantle, which engaged our museum that we also look after to do the historical work, local legends, I think you would be fair to say, Slim Jim and the Fats, who you may recall, to play to that audience, along with other artists and entertainers to provide employment opportunities for them on the day. And that was a deliberate strategy about activation of communities, the event economy, the experience economy, so bringing community together for cohesion, for celebration and linkage between the culture and arts, sport and recreation elements.
Who coordinates that? So if there's an event being booked or is coming, whether it's tennis or who or what is it that makes that linkage of, there's a live music opportunity here?
Yeah, so we're always working with Tourism WA and other government agencies to talk about how they can add gold to their to what they're doing through community celebration, cultural activity and employing artists. So we're strong advocates for that occurring. We're financial contributors. In the America's Cup example and a few others, the launch of the Sam Kerr Football Centre that we built, they were coordinated by our department. They were our initiative through our Minister for Culture and Arts and Sport and Recreations working for him. And then in the football, the European football examples and some other examples, the Coldplay example, that's Tourism WA, and then us saying we could do this as part of activation, so us working in partnership. So there's a lot of events committees and other governance structures that exist for public service to be able to plan together around events and activation and getting the most out of those things for workers and for the local industry.
What difference do you think that is, that level of involvement is having on the live music sector in WA generally? Is it underpinning it? Is it just like a cherry on the top? What impact is it having?
So I think it's early days in terms of its lasting impact. I think it does give a kind of some opportunities to some people around that opportunity. It does also create then a kind of I suppose, precedent for the fact that this is how we do our cultural celebrations in Western Australia, and so that is good for the future. I think as we work towards, we've just released, for example, a screen industry strategy, which is about the whole industry being activated here. We will release further strategies around specific industries. They all have workforce development elements so that they will leave legacies in terms of greater workforce development, particularly for technical staff. And so where we've identified workplace shortages, it gives us another thread to work with Department of Training and Workforce Development and Education around planning for that. In addition, having those events identifies the things like costs associated with running events. And so where we've got shortages of things like stages or lights or these basic equipment that we need, we can look at, well, actually, if we invest in stage equipment for this particular festival, could it potentially be reused for all these other activities, which gives us then a foundation of infrastructure. So when touring artists come, they don't have to bring everything with them, which we know, similar for Tasmania, has been an issue in terms of the freight costs for artists is one of the main reasons given by promoters for why artists may not choose to come to Perth on their international tour schedule.
Artists being artists, they also want their own finicky gear.
Yes, in their trucks.
No, we are running out of time, but I just wanted to ask about one thing from me, and then I'll throw to you.
I think you probably captured what I was going to ask.
All right. One of the things that we've come across is how discoverability, and there used to be a really healthy street press, in the country. Express magazine, from memory, was here, and it was always, so local musical journalists writing about local acts, and so local kids would get a local buzz, and that's certainly gone by the wayside now in the internet age. So discoverability is very different. But from memory, WA. And I shouldn't use the term parochial, but that big desert between Perth and the eastern seaboard is very WA centric here anyway. Do you find that with live music? Do you find that local acts that are born and grown, homegrown here in WA, they get a lot of support from in WA still? Because on the eastern seaboard we don't get it so much.
I think I might ask Mr. McLaughlin to answer this question.
Does that really help? Does that really help nurture the industry here?
It does. I think that is the difference in a place that's so isolated. Is the sector here is very supportive of itself. You're right. Express and drum media were the core print media that we had for a long time, and I think that is something that has left a hole in terms of, especially with venues and knowing what's on every week. I think there's been a lot of talk about that and having some sort of gig guide and some kind of, and the lack of kind of sort of interviews and reviews and things like that used to promote. Like even with our grants, we asked for evidence of sector support, and that was really a good way for people to submit that and show that. So there's definitely that has left a bit of a hole, and I think it'll be interesting to see where that moves in going forward. But as a sector, I think the difference we have here compared to maybe the eastern states is that for a band to leave WA, it takes significant financial investment. So more time is probably spent honing your craft, establishing your identity, and kind of building up more of an audience. You need to make a bigger case to leave WA because of the cost.
You've got to make it here first.
Sure. And the other thing is a lot of the music industry is on the East Coast, of course. So you'll get a case of if there is hype or a buzz about a band or an artist, they're less likely to jump on a plane to come see. So that can work for and against you. I think traditionally it's been quite a good thing in that you can kind of sit here, hone your craft, and it builds a very supportive. A lot of WA bands take other WA bands with them on tour, whether it be overseas or nationally. So
I'm terrible. I've gone way over time, but I did want to ask one last thing because it's pertinent to WA. What work have you been doing, if any, on the climate impacts, on particularly on live music festivals and those? You know, how much of an impact has the climate had? You know, the notoriously warm weather across much of WA and absolutely stinking hot up in the north. What impact is that having on live music, and what can be done about it?
Well, everyone, maybe we'll all have different opinions, but I'll say I think that the weather in Western Australia gives us a major strategic advantage for festivals, because particularly in the south, which is where most of the festivals have or will be, unlike the eastern seaboard with its unpredictable rain and other severe weather events, that really impacts us here. We have rain now in July. It's hot and dry, but there's ways that festivals can deal with hot and dry. You can't really deal with cyclonic or torrential ongoing rain. So I think for us, it's an issue that is actually plays to our strengths. But I'll ask. Although that said, I think there was a music event that used to occur on the top of the hill in Wyndham, which hasn't come back after COVID, and I'm not sure for them whether or not heat would be a major contributing factor in the Kimberley. No, the Kimberley work has had some struggles, but I don't believe that is climate related. I think the cost of airfares is a significant problem for people getting to remote places these days because those haven't come back to normal after COVID. But I don't know about festivals and weather events.
The only one I could think of was the Southbound Festival. Several years ago had to cancel due to a fire, and I think that had a detrimental impact on that festival going forward. Again, I think there was issues around insurance with that and after it. But that's the only one I can think of that hasn't gone ahead. Essentially, the good thing is quite dry here, so you're not going to get too many festivals rained out. It can be uncomfortably hot, but they still proceed. So, yeah, I don't think there's been too many cancelled that I can think of.
All right. Well, look, thank you all for your attendance and your evidence at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, and you have, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024 or before. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections, and you are all released. And thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Allow Wanny to All right, we're back on. I'll now call the representative from is it the West Australian or Western Australian?
The West
The
Australian.
West Australian Music Industry Association. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, Mrs. Livia Carre, Executive Director for the West Australian Music Industry Association.
Thank you. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll do our introductions. Deputy Chair.
Bridget Archer, I'm the member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Deputy Chair, and I'm Brian Mitchell, the member for Lions in Tasmania, and I'm the Chair of the committee. So good morning to you, Mrs. Carr, and we invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Yes, thank you so much. So, good morning, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity and to share the insights of our public submission that we submitted as West Australian Music. The live music industry in WA is definitely unique. We face challenges and opportunities that differ from the rest of the country due to our geographical location, our distinct cultural influences, diverse economic and social landscapes, and our distinctive regional and remote areas. And at the heart of our WA live music ecosystem are the artists, but we must not forget that the network that required to support our artists consists of organisations, music businesses and music industry practitioners. And although the restrictions and challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic may seem behind us, this is not the case. Our industry now faces a new set of challenges which demand innovative solutions and ongoing support to ensure its future resilience and growth. And we would like to see these happen, a re-establishment and strengthening of the foundations to utilise the existing and enhance the existing resources that we have, and then to build and expand for future growth. Thank you.
That was very short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Trying to keep it short.
I'll start with you, Deputy Chair. Have you got any questions?
Yeah, thank you. You sort of suggested that there can't be a sort of cookie cutter approach to solving for these problems, so I guess from a federal government point of view, what might the federal government be able to do, recommendations that this committee might be able to make to government that might support that, I guess, what we've heard around the country, the need for sort of place-based solutions.
Absolutely.
Pretty broad, but...
Yeah, no, absolutely. WAM holds a national voice as part of the Australian Industry Music Network. We sit with our colleagues around the country. There are 8 representatives at the moment that sit on that committee, and we have identified through those meetings that each of our states is very unique. Some things are the same. However, we've noted that at a federal level, sometimes some of the states are overlooked in the discussions. So, for example, talking to New South Wales is not the same as talking to WA or South Australia or Queensland. So we want to be recognised for our individuality as well as our collective national voice.
And so what are some ways that could occur?
I think this is a tough question. I think addressing the individual needs of each state, especially where it comes to regional and remote music in especially WA, where our vast landscapes are huge and travelling is somewhat challenging and expensive. Providing the necessary resources as well, especially to First Nations peoples in remote and regional areas where they may not have access to the technologies that we have in Perth or across the country, but also where English is not their first language. So there's some unique challenges to WA around those specific things, but also in terms of the metro area is understanding what our artists actually need to be exported outside of our borders, whether that's national or international.
So some of the suggestions that we have heard as we've moved around have been, and some of the work that's going on in some jurisdictions is sits within local government, for example, and that maybe local government could be better resourced to facilitate or deliver sort of place-based solutions. Do you have an opinion on?
Yeah, I think it's at every level of government, and every level of government should be working together to come up with those strategies that benefit each of the local sort of areas. We have been working closely with the Live Music Office recently on their Live and Local program, and in a regional centre in Port Hedland, and that strategy that they're developing there in that centre is it touches so much more than just an economic benefit to that centre. You're looking at community, you're looking at audience development, you're looking at social benefits for the community and also the longevity of that community. We know that some of our very lovely WA towns are mining towns, but what happens when the mining runs out? What's the cultural impact that things like live music are going to leave within that town and still make them livable, and not just because everyone's got a job in mining, but because it's a great place to live.
Look, I mean, yeah, WA, you know, there's a little pocket of Perth where most people live, and then they've got the vast resource-rich north of the state, and a lot of Indigenous remote communities, and it is often difficult for people in Perth to represent, you know, the people living up in the top end. I guess I'll start at the foundation of this. Really, what is the live music landscape like in WA like now compared to pre-COVID? In terms of number of venues, have any closed down, or how many gigs happening now compared to pre-COVID? You know, what are you hearing about viability? How many venues are sailing close to the wind, or you know, what are you hearing from your membership?
Yeah, definitely a difference between pre-COVID and post-COVID. From my personal observations working in the music industry, when we hit 2019, we could see a build and a growth in the industry. And of course, after COVID, it's almost like it's come back down to that sort of foundational level. We're seeing live music venues struggling. We've had at least 4 of them disappear over the last few years. I can name Badlands, the Aardvark, the Sewing Room, and Convenience is the 4 that I can think off the top of my head.
Were any or all of them established venues?
Badlands was extremely established. One of the sort of medium to large size music venues, which also attracted live music from the East Coast.
What are we talking about in terms of capacity? For
500-600.
Right. And what was the reason for them closing?
Costs, increasing costs. So especially insurance costs were going through the roof. And
so they were still getting good numbers coming through,
Yep.
but they just
couldn't sustain
Yeah, okay. Right.
cost versus revenue.
Yep.
Obviously, again, ticket sales are a bit of a problem, not just for festivals, but for live music venues. And those risks are increasing all the time. We're seeing ticket purchasing behaviours where previously there would be a big spike at the beginning, a lull in the middle, and a big spike towards the end. We're not seeing that big spike at the beginning, which then gives the promoters...
Very nervous.
Yeah, it makes them very nervous. Doesn't give them that reassurance that, well, we're going to at least cover our costs, if not make a little bit of money off that. So that's just the ticket behaviours at the moment. Also for original emerging artists, we don't see the revenue model hasn't changed. It's still a door charge for whoever comes to their gig, and they get a split at the door, but then there's costs associated with that. So really for them, gigging on a weekend isn't making them any money, it's actually costing them money. So there's a lot of those kind of challenges that we're seeing at the moment, and a different shift also in audiences. We're not seeing the young audiences going out to consume live music. They're not interested. They're interested in their PlayStations or their Nintendos or whatever it is they're doing, or they'll just have their phones. And audience development is a real critical part of what we do to really promote music and attendance at live performances.
So we heard evidence earlier, I think you were in the gallery for some of it, but about what the WA government is doing, some of the regulatory changes they've made in terms of security at venues and those sorts of things. One of the things that we've heard from witnesses previously has been the barrier to entry for, if it's a licensed venue, then currently most jurisdictions that precludes anybody under 18 from being able to attend that gig. What impact, if any, do you think that's having on younger people being able to access live music?
Oh, it's a huge impact. We're finding our young people don't have anywhere to go to consume live music. There's no underage sort of established places that they can go and see these emerging artists or bigger name artists. You're right, it's in 18 plus venues. Unfortunately, for an 18 plus venue to open to a younger audience, it's cost prohibitive. Obviously, they rely on things like alcohol sales to make the money over the bar, which is why we included a comment in our submission saying that it's the business model that's got to change. If we want to have these like underage gigs and really expose our young ones to what the experience of live music is.
Does the Australian industry, your all the various state and territory peaks collectively, do you have a view as to whether there should be changes to the law to allow people under 18, so I mean, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable as a parent with 13-year-olds going into a licensed venue, but say 16 to 18 or 15 and upwards perhaps, going to a licensed gig. Obviously, then it will be up to the staff to say, no, you show me your ID, so you still can't be served alcohol, and hopefully security would keep an eye out for young people drinking alcohol. But is there a view that law should change, or at least be open to change?
I think there'll be challenges with changing that law, especially on a general Saturday night. I don't think that's the solution. I think that the solution is to for venues to open their door to underage gigs, where underage young people can be together. And
So how do they make the money then?
It's a very good question. It's either got to be an incentive of some sort to subsidise that cost, whether it's staffing, security, whatever the venue needs, or we need to establish something that then supports those underage gigs. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Vera Project. It's over in Seattle, and they did that very same thing. They established a place where young underage kids could go and consume live music, and they have a very, very vibrant live music scene.
So it's called the Vera Project?
The Vera Project.
When did that start?
Oh, that's a good question. It's quite a while ago. Right. It's championed by their local record label and their local artists. As you may know that some very iconic bands have come out of Seattle, such as Nirvana and Mudhoney, who are very...
Seattle?
And Seattle is... We kind of relate that as a sister city to Perth. It's had the same challenges we've had in their live music scene, and they've built that up through these programs where they've developed their audiences.
Not quite as much rain
The Vera
here.
Project, was that philanthropically funded, or was there some government or?
Actually sure how it was funded. I'd have to look into that. But it was just a great project that actually kick-started their music industry.
It's ongoing, as far as you know.
As far as I know, it is still going.
We have heard some suggestions, for example, around tax changes that could assist with that, for example, like tax incentives for businesses to have live music in their venues, or, in this case, to support youth live music events, for example. Would that be something that would be useful incentive?
Absolutely. I think a relief in tax for anybody across the board is a good incentive, especially if they're putting on underage live music gigs. That is definitely something that I think live music venues would appreciate, and would then take the burden off any sort of loss of revenue that they have on those kind of gigs.
Because I think part of the challenge that we've had has been around we've got this business model that isn't working anymore. Do we want governments to just kind of prop up something that isn't really working anymore? Or is there a way that government can incentivise innovation or transition to new models?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that, but I have to say that by the government propping up live music venues, giving handouts, it's a band-aid solution. So it's not a sustainable model. I think the business models have to change. It needs to be innovative, it needs to be creative, it needs to be strategic so that live music venues can survive in the long term. I'm not sure I know the answers to what will make that.
Do they need to be incentivised to do that though, or are they just going to otherwise sort of just walk off cliff and close like you've seen with, say, the ones you mentioned?
Yeah, I think they would need to have incentives to do it. They would probably need support from someone like the Peak Body for music as well, and whether there could be collaborations that then could work with the live music venues to then deliver those kind of events.
And if you were resourced to do that sort of work, would you have capacity and ideas for delivering support to industry to transition?
Yeah, absolutely. If we were resourced enough to do that, we definitely would.
What's the mix in WA? Because we talk of live music venues, and there's dedicated venues which are set up for music, and then there's pubs where live music plays. What's the mix in Perth/WA?
There's a smaller percentage of live music venues dedicated to contemporary original live music, and then you have sort of a lot of those pubs and local sort of venues that sort of focus on that cover band,
Right, okay.
Sort of Saturday night, Friday night vibe.
But you don't get a lot of contemporary original stuff going through the pubs.
No, it's definitely had a shift, and when you're looking more towards, say, the city or Fremantle, you get a lot more original contemporary music happening. When you sort of span out into those outer suburbs, which then the LGA argument could help with that, you do get a lot more cover bands sort of focused around the Saturday night, Friday night activities. And it is a different dynamics. Cover bands play for a different amount of time than an original artist would, and the fees are significantly different as well.
And there's a different sort of cultural component to that. I mean, from playing well-loved old covers, whether international or local, compared to new original music in terms of storytelling and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just want to try and get a hammer from you, if I can, in terms of that there's been an inextricable relationship between alcohol and live music in the past, which, as the Deputy Chair said, we're hearing evidence of that is increasingly broken, or at least very tenuous now. Drink driving laws have changed, consumption behaviour's changed, there's just less being sold. So I'm just wondering what impact that's having on live music in WA in particular.
Definitely impacting the venues. We've seen venues change their programming to suit older audiences, my age, who are traditionally the drinkers, obviously because the bar sales are very important to their revenue model. We're seeing young people not drinking, whether that's because the costs are far outweighing their wages, or they're just being a lot more health conscious. So we have a lot of campaigns, Alcohol Think Again, and all of those, and we're finding young people are much more conscious of what they're consuming. Although when you look at the flip side, there are other substances that young people are getting into instead of the alcohol. So that's a a whole nother issue. But that is when we're sort of the emerging bands are really that younger audience, and that's where you're getting your audiences from, which are not, sort of conducive to that live music venue model. So the programming has changed to then attract sort of that 35 plus audience.
So a lot of your submission and recommendations talk about the importance of the peaks,
Yes.
and the work you can do to support and underpin the industry. Given that we're tasked with essentially nurturing and growing Australia's live music industry, what role can the peaks play in? I can certainly understand the role in fostering education and development, but if you were resourced, what role can you play in nurturing and growing live music in Australia?
Yeah,
in a way that you can't do now.
it's much deeper than the education and training. Yes, that's an arm of what we do. I just wanted to say that the peak bodies around Australia, WAM is the oldest of the peak bodies. We were born out of the need of the music industry for many reasons, and we've evolved and developed through that. And then we've encouraged other states to also have a peak body that represents their music industry. We almost lost 2 of them last year because of the resourcing. So
Which two?
WAM was one of them.
Oh, wow, okay.
We lost our funding and had a very big battle on our hands for 12 months.
And can I ask what is the quantum of your funding through the state government?
Yes, it is through the state government. We now have a service delivery agreement with the state government to deliver a range of services across the next 2 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
just 2-year funding.
It is only 2-year funding, and that is one of the problems that the peak bodies are facing. Is we can't get sustainable funding across from our state governments or from the federal government. It's always short term and highly competitive. We're comparing with producers, promoters, presenters, theatres, where our roles are very, very, very different to the roles of a theatre company.
So you're not funded as a peak, you're funded as a service delivery organisation?
Yes.
Okay.
At the moment, yes. But we also almost lost Tasmania, who are holding on
That's right.
with dear life at the moment. Not sure if they've 100% secured their funding yet, but we don't want to lose a peak body. We are fully represented right across the country. We have a national voice, which is strong, and we're working together to deliver outcomes directly to the music industry. We don't want to see that sort of change, especially for Tasmania, because we know the challenges that they have in Tasmania.
So I mean, there's the government funding, but are you funded through member subscriptions? And that sort of
Member
thing?
subscriptions is very small. It's probably about 5% of our revenue. The government funding now pretty much covers most of our core costs, but previously was only covering 60%. So our programs are what is critical for us to then be able to sustain a staff base, an office, and all our overheads.
Just out of interest, do you still run the whammy festivals?
We do. We do. However, we need to seek funding outside of these sources to be able to run them, and they are quite costly. The Australian Music Awards is probably one of our biggest challenges to get funding. Well, there is no funding for that. No one wants to fund an awards night.
But how critical is things like the Whammy Awards to live music? I mean, and they'd be similar in other states. Without that buzz, without that sort of, do you have artists and singers and others and various categories? Is it something that they seek to aspire to win an award or to be part of?
Absolutely. I think in any industry you have awards, and it's so nice to be recognised and congratulated and celebrated. And I think WA Music needs to have that. On the night you see an industry come together to support each other, to celebrate each other, to network with each other. It's so important. But they don't just stop there. They use these accolades to put into grant applications, to solidify themselves on music festivals it's recognised. It's recognised across the country. You hear people, oh wow, you won the Golden Whammy, or you won this category. So it is really, really important that we celebrate our artists and their achievements for the year.
What would you say is the general health of the live music sector in WA, and what would you say is the general health of live music in WA compared to other jurisdictions?
I think WA is doing it tough at the moment. Each year we put out an industry survey to ask them about, certain questions and how they think they're going. About 80% have replied that they're worse off since COVID, and also that about 68% of them are basically subsidising their music careers with other jobs to make a living. So
is that unusual? I mean, we hear the evidence that others do it, yeah, but is that unusual from pre-COVID?
It's probably increased a little bit, but it is still sort of sad that people can't make a living.
Absolutely. But I just wondered whether that's an historical thing that's always been there, or whether it's something that's particularly prevalent now.
And I think it depends what facet of the music industry that you insert yourself into. For instance, artist managers at the moment in WA cannot make a living. No. They're not being championed, they're not being educated, they're not being mentored. It's a big gap in our market. And obviously then it affects our artists who can't find local managers to manage them. And we're finding that those managers are subsidising their incomes by programming festivals and conferences, or looking into other innovative solutions that they can still live and yet still manage their small pool of artists.
Deputy Chair. Well, I'll ask this. Sorry, Ms. Carr. What's the single most important thing we need to recommend to the Minister? We've taken a wealth of evidence. You've got a big submission. What's the single most important thing that the Minister needs to hear from us to protect and promote live music?
I think consultation with the right people is very, very important. There are so many knowledgeable organisations, individuals in the music industry, and I think that consultation at all levels, whether it's grant structures, whether it's new programs, needs to happen more regularly, especially for WA. We often get left out of the picture, and then it's like, oh, this has happened, and we don't know what's going on, and we hear the feedback from the artists or the managers saying, well, these grant structures don't work for us, or they're highly competitive and we don't understand what we need to do. So I think more consultation, definitely, especially with the peak bodies. And there was a thought in my head that just escaped, and it'll come back to me. It was a good one too.
I'll give you a get out of jail free card, because I'm going to thank you for your attendance at today's hearing, and if you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, so there you go. If you think of it, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections.
Yep.
And you are free to go. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. And now we've got four. How are you all? Hello, how are you? G'day, g'day, how are you all? We now call representatives of the City of Fremantle. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We'll start at the far left.
I'm Sarah Wilkinson, Manager of Arts, City of Fremantle.
Thank you.
I'm Ali Doherty. I'm Creative Industry Lead at City of Fremantle.
I'm Ofofotu. I'm the Festivals Coordinator.
Pete Stone, Director of Creative Arts and Community, City of Fremantle.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Commonwealth Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll introduce ourselves.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee and the member for Bass in Tasmania.
And I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair of the committee and member for Lions in Tasmania. So good morning to you all. And we invite you to make an opening statement. Or statements, if you've each got them.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. We acknowledge that we meet on the lands of the Whadjuk people and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And we acknowledge the generations of talented musos, creatives, venue owners, managers and tech crew who contribute to Fremantle's ever-evolving live music ecology. A real strength of the WA live music community is the artistic knowledge cultivated and passed on through generations and a preparedness to collaborate, often born out of necessity. There is a strong integration of musicians here who perform and write together across all musical genres. This is a legacy of intergenerational close-knit community operating in geographical isolation, a legacy that continues to create unique work on the world stage. In Fremantle specifically, the live music community has a well-established reputation for understanding the importance of diversity when putting together lineups. This creates a safe, exploratory environment from which unpredictable greatness can and does emerge. As a local government, we play an important role in providing properly paid, well-marketed and attended performance opportunities, and we take this responsibility very seriously. We understand that we are part of the creative ecosystem. We are in it, we do not sit alongside it, and we are careful to consider how our programming complements and supports the wider industry. We have a long history of collaborating with creatives in our community to produce programs in-house that share stories of place. We have the opportunity and expertise to make a greater contribution in this space with the right support. We see financial assistance at the grassroots level rather than at the multinational ticketing or festival booking agency level as the key to stimulating the industry now for long-term benefit. We think the best bang for buck that would see immediate flow-on effects to the industry would be 1. Small venue grants to assist with production fit-out, insurances and programming expenses. Providing a modest level of support will allow venue operators to take considered artistic programming risks, which stimulates creativity and develops audiences. 2. Support for an annual audience development media campaign that markets the live music experience to both mainstream and established audience demographics. 3. Support for all players in the industry to come together once a year to learn from recent past experiences, explore capacity building opportunities and discuss genuine collaboration opportunities for both presenting and developing new work. 4. We are very appreciative to be in partnership with the state government in operating the Fremantle Arts Centre as a major touring venue. There is opportunity to provide assistance via incentives to attract mid-level touring acts through tax concessions or travel assistance and to pair local bands with these performers. 5. Supporting the younger generation of musos is vital. Support for programs running local schools, which we know delivers results and provides pathways, and for government and industry-produced development programs is essential. Local governments in the southern corridor of Metro WA, including Freo, Coburn and Melville, openly share info around programming, festival ideas and artist payments. There is capacity to make a real difference by coming together to support our local industries and sharing opportunities. We welcome this inquiry and research and thank Creative Australia and the advocacy bodies for their work. With the support of state and federal government, as a local government, we have the skill set and expertise to continue to make and further evolve a meaningful contribution to the live music industry, and we are up for that challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. I'll just let you know, I believe we may have Ms. Templeman on the line. Just check. Susan, is that you?
Yes, I am. I am in transit, so I'm just going to listen until I make it back to somewhere where I can actually properly have silence and engage.
No worries. Thanks, Susan, for listening in. It's going to be riveting listening, no doubt. So Susan Templeman is the member for Macquarie and is also the government's special arts envoy and a member of this committee. Well, thank you so much for the introductory statement, and I'll just, of course, note Josh Wilson's a friend of mine, is a member for Fremantle and former Deputy Mayor of the City of Freo. Now that I'm a former, I should declare this, I'm a former Fremantle resident of 20 years standing, and used to edit the Fremantle Herald newspaper. So I think I met you years ago, Peter, but I'm not sure about the other three of you. So you've all escaped my notice as a journo, but that's probably a good thing. Look, and so I'm aware of the City of Fremantle's involvement in the arts more generally. And we've taken a lot of evidence over the last week or so from people suggesting that local government has a really critical role to play in the development and nurturing of live music. And I'd really like to tease out what is it that you're doing that is different to other LGAs, and what can they learn from you in how you approach this? I mean, what I don't want to use the term burden, but what impact does your support of live music have on your budget as a municipality? Because obviously, any organisation has to weigh up different priorities. You've clearly placed a priority on supporting live music in Fremantle. That comes at a cost of not doing other things. So what impact does your support of live music have on Freo? What are the payoffs for you and your people in Freo? What can and should other LGAs be doing?
I'll just jump in quickly from a broad picture. So over the last 10 to 20 years, there has been a radical change in community expectation about what local governments deliver in the cultural space. And I've lived through that change, and Fremantle is at the forefront of engaging with that cultural programming and engagement. So currently, for example, across our programming areas like the Fremantle Arts Centre, we run between around 45 medium to higher attendance level gigs across the year and 15 or so major concerts across the year, and they are well attended by both community and the wider metropolitan area. So we are responding to a genuine expectation from community that did not necessarily exist across all local governments 10 or 15 years ago. And I've noticed from my work at Melville and also working in collaboration with Coburn that expectation from community is now a broad expectation, not just in those cultural hotspots that we traditionally know as.
So, I mean, so what was the number of gigs that you said were supported by the council? 50, was it 50 or? So
just at Fremantle Arts Centre, there's about 60 a year.
Just at Fremantle Arts Centre.
Whereas the rest of the programming is the number one priority is original live music. So all of our music acts that we book as part of the festivals, we host 5 in a year. All of the spots that are available in those festivals are local original music.
And when we say supported by the council, does the council just, are you the cherry on the top, or are you the foundational support for these acts? Would they go ahead without the council support?
I think there's multiple pathways. We live in a community that is highly involved and that when they see a need for something, they will also enact on it. So we do parts of support through providing, say for instance, if we're going to link it to a program we have called Future Treasures, it's focusing on the young artists that are coming through schools, showing them the pathway by having mentors come through and almost give a bit of a conference or workshop, and in the lead up to actually delivering a major scale concert for themselves. So there's support throughout different parts of the stages of that, but then also in our festivals, in our street festival or in a local music festival that focuses on one area of Fremantle. That's over 42 emerging bands that we book. A lot of them, when we say emerging, some have only existed from 2 weeks. We go to the absolute depths of looking for them, which is part of the, I guess, the privilege of working with the local government is being able to sustain that kind of research and development of finding those artists. But then also we are offering packages to do with their promo, with understanding how to make a set list or a stage plot, a tech spec sheet. All of these components come part and package of that festival in itself. And then in terms of the community engagement, where they are very much passionate about local music and experiences in the same way, they develop projects like Yardstock, which is a festival that exists between backyards, houses, Porch Fest, which is in South Beach. Then we have people who in not just a contemporary music focus, more in the experimental phase of music. We have Audible Edge, which is a festival that is noise music that took over different components of the community, out even into the suburbs of Fremantle, where they got to showcase some of their work as well. We support that through funding grants as well. So where we fall short in terms of being able to develop these programs ourselves, we are actually very much blessed with a community that sees a need and wants to fulfil it, and we support it.
I should give a shout out to Hans Hoog, who does an amazing job with the Fremantle Chamber Orchestra.
That's right.
That he set up. If I put on the hat of an economic rationalist, so an economic rationalist comes along, says, this isn't a job for government, this is a job for the private sector. If these bands can't make it on their own and be economically viable and turn a profit, the government has no business being involved. You either make it or you don't. What's your response to that sort of attitude?
I'd say that's one option. But I think what's important and the way we approach it, yes, we could go down that pathway, but I think it's the many approaches. You said, are we a foundation? Yes, we are in some respects. We have many different areas. The Fremantle Arts Centre has very different ways of operating. So we have a way of where we take the risk, we share the risk, or we're venue hire, which in turn, that also applies to our festivals. Sometimes we partner with a venue, sometimes we partner with an artist. And what that does, it allows us to present events, but diverse events and also scaled events. So like not every artist is, it's a career journey. So not everyone can actually get that economic return if it was private. So that event probably wouldn't happen, and then we wouldn't be skilling up our artists to be ready for the next gigs along the line. We wouldn't also be creating, we wouldn't be educating our audiences or enabling them to learn about certain music genres and for them to start being that providing that economy. So yeah, that's just throwing that out there.
If you left to the market, it'd be all pub rock or it'd be all one particular genre of the, that's going to bring the punters in that day. But we heard evidence the other day from somebody saying, a musician, that there's a whole range of genres, jazz, folk, Americano, that just don't get a look in, and if there's not some support, then they'll just die, or there'll be hobbies. They'll just end up continue to be hobbies. How critical is the support that City of Fremantle supplies to the live music sector? How critical is that to the development of live music and the growth of live music in WA more generally?
It's absolutely critical, and we all know the live music industry has changed radically over the last 20 or 30 years out of the pubs, and we're looking again, it's responding to the community who want these opportunities to experience live music in a whole range of venues and settings and across a whole range of genres. And the opportunities we're providing, as Sarah mentioned, are development pathways for the bands coming through, regardless of genre. So there's support from the City of Fremantle across classical and emerging indie bands and jazz, and there has been for some years.
But your support as a municipality goes beyond the sort of nurturing at grassroots level. You're also supporting at the venue level, and you mentioned something about ticketing that you said was really important, and I didn't quite note it down.
Well, our position is that we see the importance of the funding going to grassroots development rather than towards multinational festivals and multinational festival ticketing agencies and booking agencies. From our perspective, the best way to show up the future of the industry is investment at the grassroots level, so the development keeps coming through.
I think also that it's about when we have ticketed events, sometimes within a festival context, it's not about making a profit, but about being able to also have budget aside for development. So it has this kind of two-pronged of ability to be able to pay the artists fairly, but then also initiate development programs that kind of help from that as well.
We have a responsibility to engage artists in a fair and professional and helpful way. So we go to great lengths to pay properly and try and lead in that field.
What does that mean?
It can mean various things depending on the circumstances, but minimum payments to per musician, per band, for example, and providing professional opportunities with proper production, proper marketing, proper audience attendance.
So from my history with the City of Fremantle CEOs, and no doubt other CEOs of other local governments, they're always looking at the budget, and they'll be looking at your sections and going, well, gee, there's at some point that they're going to want at least cost being met. So in terms of the support that you provide artists, and then obviously there's revenues that you get from tickets and other things, is it a constant? Are you constantly in the red with your support for the sector in terms of a budget sense, or is there a break-even point, or economically, or?
I'd say there's a break-even point, and it's getting tighter. So what we're having to do with how we spend our money is actually reduce what we're offering. We still want to present quality. We still want to present events that artists can lead and get fairly paid, but we're also having to change footprints. We're shortening timeframes. The other great thing about being a local government, we are for our community as well. So we're not only providing opportunities for artists, we're providing opportunities for audiences and community. So we also need to be very good at reporting that back and saying, yes, we are servicing the community. So, because being an audience member is just as important as being one of the artists. But yes, there's definitely a break-even point, and I think that's what's becoming tougher in our budgeting process. Our budgets aren't increasing currently at the City of Fremantle. They are steady, and so we're now relying economically on audiences to be putting more in.
Who's your CEO now?
Glenn Dougal.
Do better, Glenn.
There's a range of programming in terms of live music, and some of it's does have a commercially driven aspect. So the South Lawn concerts, for example, that we hold at the Fremantle Arts Centre, there's obviously curatorial work that goes into that. We don't just program anything; they're very carefully considered. But they are commercial engagements. There's venue hire, there's bar sales, and there's ticketing sales, obviously, that go along with that. Right through to Sunday music, for example, at the Fremantle Arts Centre, which is free entry for the community in the wider Perth metro area, where we are funding all aspects of that program. So there is a genuine mix.
What's the venue situation like in Perth? You've got Mojo's, it's still going, I take it? Yeah.
Yes. Fremantle Social. Prison.
What's closed? What's fallen over as a music venue?
The Norfolk Basement recently.
Yeah.
Right. And what are the just costs or poor ticket sales? Combination of both.
I think it's a mixture of insurance costs, particularly, specifically, and when we've met with some of the venues in discussing what are the actual struggles, where is the pressure point, it's often being able to afford the cost of insurance currently.
And where are the pressure points for you? Are they the same, obviously that we've heard from the same across the country? Insurance is a big one. Is that a increasing pressure for local government as well in running these events?
We've had rising costs in production. That's the major one. And with we do a number of street festivals. Road closures has gone
70% up.
So that's that's remarkable costs that we.
In terms of having to pay.
Yeah, having to pay for a road closure, which we've brought in for safety because of we just have all those responsibilities have increased.
So why is the cost of that increased? Do you have any?
For a number of reasons. One recently has been our state body having changed the way they're on charging, and then how companies that have responded to that. Equally, it's dropped off, but it's back again, like terrorism. Sorry, don't laugh. But it was part of a big thing about planning street festivals was having to definitely raise the stakes there. So that's been huge, and then also the number of people that we might need on site to manage those. So it's all those logistical costs, and then marketing's gone up, all those, and then also we did have some great venues with venue partnerships, but then sometimes now the venues have been asking for payment, and not huge, but that just all adds up, and then equally matching the artist's pay, making sure that we are on par, and if not leading in those areas.
And what about audience behaviour? That we've heard a lot about changing audience behaviour. You've been doing this for a long time. It sounds like you have done a lot of work in responding to that over time as well, but interested in what you've noticed and how you seek to respond to that.
Definitely audience behaviour has changed, and Offa will know more about this than I, but clearly the way the younger generation engaging with live music and the consumption of alcohol is two factors that have traditionally been connected heavily with the live music industry. That has changed. There's good things about that, and that's why we're in the business of helping to provide opportunities that exist alongside those traditional opportunities for people to engage with live music.
Yeah, and I think we have a really robust and engaged audience in Fremantle that love passionately the things that they love, and I think when sorry, can you just remind me what the question was again?
Yeah, just how that's changed, and
I'm
interested because the community sounds like it's stayed really engaged. Yeah. Why might that be when we've heard everywhere else, COVID's affected like a generation of people, and kids are just doing different things. People don't have the same attention span, or all of those things.
So whilst we have that really robust and engaged, passionate group of people who come to all of our events, we are needing to be able to diversify, to be able to, there's that option, I think, from a couple of, maybe it was the South Australian session that you had where someone was talking about the impact of digital and technology and the ways in which that kind of globalisation but also isolation has made it feel closer, but also made it super disparate. So for educating and getting those audiences through schools or valuing the arts, that's kind of part of our process, is ensuring that we are also involved in schools and communicating the value of that. But then it's growing that audience, because currently we have an audience that is sitting in an older demographic, but they have the money to be able to spend and support the arts.
The older people in Fremantle, they're all old ex-hippies, and they're either musicians or fans, or they've always supported the arts, so they pass it on to their kids. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I've noticed, and not just Freo, but when they got priced out of Freo, they go to Hamilton Hill and Coolbellup and other places. So that's headed south, but. Is that still prevalent? I mean, so what we've heard about COVID is, kids were. Yeah, you didn't have lockdowns here because you had the border. So
Yeah, it was only,
so you had the border, but you were free to move around the community still. Yeah, okay.
And continued holding events, or no?
No, there was a freeze from March to September, and then September we managed to relaunch straight away as soon as the barriers were up. But yeah, and that was quite amazing. Generationally, I'll just comment that we have been impacted, and definitely there's that younger generation, like almost in the middle, that have stopped going out to events. But they're slowly, so definitely the older bracket, yes, they're passionate, and when we do or change things, they're very vocal. But that middle ground are kind of just getting their feet again. But in the nightclubs, I know it's a different topic, but we've also seen the dance did stop, but then I think those numbers are coming back as well. So we have been impacted. It's just we've got such a strong cohort at the other age bracket.
Adelaide nightclubs have just dropped off the perch. I mean, it's just not a thing.
The younger demographic is definitely driving some of the opening of other venues as well, though, even though we touched on some of closed, like the Buffalo Club has been revitalised by a younger group of committee who are really starting to engage, trying to work out how to engage with a younger audience, including an underage audience. Ota Sirens has just opened. You know, Clancy's and Mojo's keep changing, and obviously I think you'll meet with them later this afternoon. Frio Social's doing really well, so, and I think it is that the younger programmers coming in.
So I think there's something important to note, though, and often may have something to add to this, that the amount of young people engaged in the process of creating music, writing music, is unarguably more than it was 20 or 30 years ago, because of accessibility to that creation process. So part of this conversation is about us tapping into that and how we work to present live opportunities for that growing cohort.
Yeah. And it also supports then those who are possibly not, I think, also not made for the music creation component, but the audience part to celebrate and be part of that. So, yeah.
What about discoverability? I mean, we hear, I'm not sure it's an issue here, but we've heard evidence that because WA is, got that big desert to the eastern seaboard, locals will support their local artists. I think, and Frio's even a microcosm of that again. But are you finding that your local artists are having difficulty getting discovered, which therefore then impacts their ability to have a fulfilling live music career? Is discoverability an issue for your artists? Or?
I think there's still the motion to move to Melbourne when it feels like the pond has grown to its, that's the capacity that they can play to different shows. But I feel also that in terms of discoverability, there are ways in which that the artists have, because we are isolated, that the community and camaraderie between all of the artists is to support one another. So we will often see those who have broken out globally still come back to Fremantle and still put on shows in the Buffalo or some of the venues like Mojo's, support those live music venues that have also contributed to their history and their legacy, but then also have collaborations or people on the bill, support bill, that are new artists. So that happens inherently as part of the outer community, but also when we have the opportunity, we have an amazing senior producer who that is part of their focus. So when they are brought an international show, she is pairing that with a local artist that can also have the impact of this amazing audience coming to see this artist. So we work on that.
It's really important to understand that small venues provide the development opportunity for musicians coming through by plying their trade in a live setting, and for audience development. You can't just jump from the creation stage to a festival stage. It's never worked that way. It's not possible. You have to have that link in the chain.
In terms of those small venues, I mean, there's the venues that are dedicated to music versus the venues where there's a bar or a hotel. So one, what are you hearing about how alcohol sales are changing and how that's changing the economics of live music in licensed venues? And two, and I'll repeat this point from before, we've heard evidence that in America, people under the legal age of drinking, over there 21 in most states, can enter a licensed venue and listen to an act and still not be served alcohol. But over here, in most jurisdictions, if it's a licensed venue and there's a music act, if you're under 18, you can't go in. What impact do you think that has in terms of young people being able to access live music before they turn 18, and whether you think that should change?
I think there are people who are still concentrated, even inside Fremantle, but also outside, that enable and know the value of putting on an all ages show. But of course, the legislation does not make that difficult in certain venues that have a bar. So there are different ways that people are trying to make shows happen, ensure that they are reaching out to the younger audience.
I mean, you can do it without alcohol.
Of course.
But then, of course, the venue, if they rely on bar sales, I mean, there's only so many mocktails you can sell, I guess. I mean, but and I don't know whether that's a viable proposition or not, but I just wonder, specifically, should we be open to changing the, people under 18 to go to a licensed venue, still not be served alcohol, and still have all the responsible serving alcohol rules? I mean, should they be allowed to go?
So the laws does currently accommodate for that in some ways. So, for example, all our programming, take Fremantle Arts Centre again, for example, you're allowed to come with a guardian if you're under 18, and that's been in place for some years and is taken up reasonably well, particularly by the local community. Obviously, pubs are a different matter. Alcohol sales are a factor in the affordability of putting on shows, but this is a space in which the local government can play and make a difference, and it's across all our programming at the moment. Yeah.
Lovely. Now, I've just been told Ms. Templeman is stationary now, and unless you've got a burning question, I'll throw it to her.
If she's stationary, we better give her a chair.
Over to you, Susan.
Yes. It's been great listening to this conversation, and it reminds me of all the vitality I saw when I came with Josh Wilson as Special Envoy to meet with people over there last year. So thank you for all that you do. I really just want to go into a little bit more detail. You've had a conversation about audiences changing and the impact of COVID. So can I just get really clear? Do you think the changes you are seeing are generational change of consumers, maybe exacerbated by COVID, as opposed to what some of the analysis is in areas that were in much greater lockdown? So are we seeing just a total change, and it's up to the sector to really adapt to the change, which is how I'm interpreting what you've been describing. But is that the right interpretation?
There's probably several answers to that question. It's a good question. I'll start with one. We are seeing on the ground a change in the engagement with the large festival industry, and we are getting more inquiries back for standalone, still larger scale but smaller scale concert delivery. And I would say that is a change that's happened over the last 2 to 3 years, and people a willingness to engage with that level of concert rather than a huge festival engagement. That's one thing I've noticed.
Just so you know.
Any other thoughts?
Anybody else?
You go. No, you go. I can.
So we've got Ofa Fatu.
We're always sorry, Sarah now.
Sorry.
We're just looking at each other. Sorry. I think we're constantly adapting how we deliver to try and attract audiences. So we use our platforms. I'm just kind of working it out in my mind. So we're constantly using our platforms to, I suppose, respond to audiences. So an event recently that we're having to reimagine, we're reimagining it because, yes, we've lost 50% of the audience that traditionally always goes. So we're taking a time out to reimagine it. It's called Hidden Treasures. So we're currently working with industry to rework it because we can support it, but we rely on those ticket sales now to make it break even.
lose 50% of your
We're not sure. We've been delivering it in the same format. So we've been doing same area, 5 venues, and a street closure, and we've been creating all that energy. But for some reason, for 2 years, we've lost audience. So we're taking time out to work out why that is, and I think it's probably that we have missed that with that generation that would normally just buy a ticket. We've lost; they're just not buying a ticket. So I think COVID. I think so. We just need to re-educate or find out what those audiences want as well.
So, would you want to hazard a guess as to whether you think it's just cost of living at the moment? People just don't have the readies, they're paying off the power bill, with federal government incentive, of course. But or are they, or is it trend? Yeah.
I'd say cost of living style of event, because we're constantly re-presenting and trying new things in Fremantle, and we find sometimes when we do things new, we are getting more crowds to come. So it's either so that's one thing we know that's working, but then we also know with certain gigs at the Arts Centre, like this year Sunday Music, the crowd started small and then built and built and built. So it's almost like people are relearning to come to a live gig, come and hang out with people. They actually will enjoy the music. You can't just flip a track if you're not interested. So I think it's this engagement that we're seeing as well. I'm not sure if that's helping.
I have 2 younger children who are at the age of going out, and the cost of living is definitely a factor. Style of event is also a factor, and it's much more about bespoke design of events that appeal to certain niches, and you have to have multiple versions of that rather than what we might associate with live music in the past and beer barns, and also now the big large festivals. I think there is a slight turning away from engagement with those, and that's also tied into cost of living. So people are looking for those bespoke events. They're looking for them in their vicinity of their community as well, and I think they are re-engaging, but it's still a work in progress, because it is fair enough to say that there's a generation there of 2 or 3 years who unplugged from that regular activity. So plugging them back in is not something that happens overnight.
So just what I think of it, I'll come back to Susan, but just what I think of it. In terms of what you do as a municipality, how much of what you do is transportable to other LGAs? The development you do for live music. If what you do was, Melville did it, and Coburn did it, and Perth did it, and what difference would that make to live music?
It's very transportable, and we're already seeing that. I mean, we are often in conversation with Melville and Coburn, as you mentioned, for example, and they have moved into that space significantly more in the last 5 to 10 years, and that is a common occurrence. And I just can't stress enough that all the feedback that local government get from constituents, from community, generally at the top of that pile is cultural programming and cultural engagement. That is what communities want, and local governments are now understanding that they can program for their own communities, but also their neighbouring communities in the wider metropolitan area, and that is a responsibility we can share. So we make a real effort to think of ourselves as part of the Southern Corridor, linked with all those other local governments, and together we can pull our resources.
You've got that body that can do that.
Yes.
So, sorry, Susan, I'll throw back to you.
Thank you. Look, the other question I have is around supporting young people in acquiring an understanding of how to do stuff. And I was really impressed with the list that was mentioned at the start about some of the things you do, like helping them put together a set list. And can I get your thoughts on education for young musicians and people connected to that sector about how it might be most effectively delivered? Because I suspect if we said, oh, here's a course you can do, that is not going to necessarily attract them. So I'm just interested in your thinking about how do we impart to them the skills that they need that will set them up for success?
Well, we sit before you as four people who have, like, in order to kind of work in the industry, diversify hats. So some of us are musicians, some of us are artist practitioners, and I feel like we are lucky in the schools that we have in Fremantle. Now, we should mention Fremantle College and John Curtin College of the Arts and Hilton Primary School. We have teachers who are musicians. We have staff who have a love for local and live music. Particularly in that high school is a teacher who works with fellow other hat musicians who understand the curriculum and have kind of worked towards involving the creation and value of original music. They have bands that run from year 8 all the way to year 12. The project that we were talking about before is called Future Treasures, and that feeds the whole idea of that project is to feed into hidden treasures and ensure that we are tapping into local artists and making sure that that is part of our primary focus, that sees a future and legacy into hidden treasures. So with these teachers that have this passion for being able to adapt their curriculum, but then also collaborate with us to create these shows and the education, that has really helped. And we've seen that through a number of bands. Now we're into maybe our third generation of hidden treasures that have seen future treasure artists come through that program into hidden treasures. And even now we're looking at a group that has, and we're not saying, I should preface the fact that I'm not saying it's because of us, but we have been part of this wonderful journey that a band like the Stamps, who have literally just moved to Melbourne and begun their journey in a bigger pool. But they have come from Fremantle College. They went through Future Treasures. They played at Hidden Treasures, and then they are now moving and living as artists. So in terms of that as an educational process, it really is the teachers that support it. And then I think because of the ways in which they celebrate that in schools, we have parents, community members who also see the value in that and then continue that support through their careers. I think it also should be noted that, we have parents, a generation of parents who are also double hatters in that they are parents and practitioners as DJs, as musos. So in Fremantle, that seems to be a lot more people who kind of wear these different hats and celebrate music in that way that has impacted and seen the support through those pathways as well.
What I'd like to add to that, I think what we add to that picture is we're like the exciting event in a way. We're not in the school, we sit outside it. So part of the attraction, I think, for the students to participate with us is we're an event, we're inviting public, we've got the marketing, there's going to be posters, and we're coming with that funding and we're coming with the staff that we say, you don't have to worry about the money. We're going to bring in the tutors, but for the students, it's a gig. You're going to be, so I think we add, we elevate what they're doing out of the school.
And just quickly, back to the earlier point, we need to fit into the ecosystem as a local government. That at a fundamental level, there has to be capacity opportunities for people to progress through the industry. So you have to have the Buffalo Club, you have to have Mojos at 150 people, at 250 people. You've got to have Frio Social at 700 or 800 people. We need to get the town hall up and running, and then the progression continues. Resulting in a large-scale South Lawn show at Fremantle Arts with 3,500 people. We have to have that scalable progression of opportunities for people from beginning to national program.
South Rio Power Station finally gets done. You can have a venue there. All right.
Can I just ask about the other key to it? Sounds like just this incredible collaboration with schools and a direct relationship with those particular teachers.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's we're a industrial little team that really kind of value and know that kind of collaboration. We couldn't do it without them, and it's nice to be able to meet halfway and see what we can exchange in that partnership.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Susan. Look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing and travelling all this way from Fremantle to Perth. I know it's a long distance.
Yeah, the bubble.
If you've been asked to provide any additional information or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections. Did you come down the highway of hell, the Canning Highway, the ACDC sort of? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Blasted our way here.
I'm trying to trace up. All right, well, we're having a short break and we'll be back about, I'd say 11:15, I think. Oh, no, we don't need to suspend. It's just a short break. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, okay. We're suspended for a short break and we'll resume at 11:15. Yeah, there we go. I'll do the full. missing somebody. Thank you, Hansard. All right, I now call witnesses to join the venues roundtable in Western Australia. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you would be before the committee? And we'll start on the left.
I'm Emma Adams.
And who are you representing, Emma?
Mojo's Bar and the William Street Bird.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Neal. I'm representing William Street Bird.
Thank you.
I'm Sinead O'Hara, representing Rosemountain Hotel.
Thank you.
Kira Owen, representing the Rechabite.
The what, sorry?
The Rechabite.
Lovely, thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I remind you that this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament and giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll introduce ourselves. Deputy Chair.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the member for Bass in Tasmania.
And as the Deputy Chair of the committee. And on the line, I believe we have...
Hello, Susan Templeman, Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
Thank you, Ms Templeman. And I'm Brian Mitchell, Member for Lions and Chair of the committee. And do you have opening statements that you'd wish to give? No? Nobody's prepared openings? That's perfectly fine. We'll get straight into questions. Look, thank you all for coming and for representing the venues. So we've heard a lot of evidence about the importance of venues, and particularly we just heard from Pete Stone, who heads up the City of Freo's arts section, talking about the importance in particular of smaller venues to the development of live music. So I guess we're really after your sense of how the live music sector is going and what you think needs to happen to improve it. And Ms Adams, you're in my line of sight, so you're your first cab off the rank. So what's your view?
Well, the West Australian music scene is definitely thriving in terms of artists, like creating work and putting work out. The struggles that I guess we're having with venues is the rising costs of everything and being able to keep these spaces accessible to like rising artists. It costs them a lot of money to actually produce their work, create their work, record their work, and then getting to venues to put it on a show, which is where a lot of their income comes from. With venues not making as much income now, we're having to raise prices for artists to pay venue hire and booking fees and things like that. So it's really cutting into their income and capacity to then record more music and, make more art.
What would you like to see happen to improve things?
Support for venues at a capacity where we can afford to bring our venue hire fees down would be really important, like in terms of insurances, I guess licensing, any sort of support in terms of equipment, anything that goes above just what any of the costs that are involved in running music above what just a regular venue is. I guess because our model is based off sales, like bar sales, with those things not being as high anymore. We just need to find ways that we can support the artistic side of the venue without passing those costs on to artists.
Mr Neal, anything that Ms Adams hasn't covered there?
I think Ms Adams covered it all, from my perspective.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I'll take that as read. I'll throw to Ms Templeman. Ms Templeman, do you have any questions for the group?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for taking time out to, share some insights. Look, we have heard venues have been quite vocal in terms of the margin pressure that they're under. Are you guys seeing the same? I mean, you started to articulate it. The same pressures, for instance, insurance has come up a lot. What would be the biggest changes in the costs that you're facing that you've seen pre-COVID versus now?
almost everything, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wages.
Well, she's on the phone. Sorry, because Ms. Temple's on the phone. Wouldn't mind just saying your name before you speak. So, Ms. Owen, yep.
Owen, just responding to there. Yeah, I think the costs have sort of risen across the board in terms of staffing costs, particularly around production and contractors that deliver like your live audio and lighting services, hired equipment costs, and then just like general maintenance. Of course, I can't really speak so much about bar costs, but I know that there has been like a huge rise in just stock and product as well. What we're finding is to try and keep the venue hire in line with those rising costs doesn't really work when the people paying that cost aren't necessarily seeing an increase to their income either.
If I can just add on to that, I think it's not only that Ms. O'Hara from Rosemount Hotel. It's not only that costs are rising, but it's also that we actually have less people going to gigs and buying tickets. So an area that we've seen the biggest change in is changes in consumer behaviour and audience behaviour. Most of our ticket purchases from 2018 to 2022 were around the $10 to $30 or $30 to $40 bracket. And now they're sort of shifting over to the $60 plus bracket being the largest tier, price tier that people are purchasing in. So we're getting a lot more older people coming through who can afford to buy these tickets, and significantly less younger people coming to shows because of the cost of living and like all the financial pressures that they're facing. And I think, because there's less people coming to gigs, I mean, in general, it means our bar spends are much lower. It makes it harder to facilitate shows with younger artists for younger artists because it's not as viable for the venue. So there's just been a huge change in audience behaviour and actually attending shows, which I feel like is making it even harder on the increased costs.
Yeah, I'd love
and
to
when
add
you
to
talk
that.
about the challenges, does anyone else want to add something to that?
Yeah, Mr. Neil.
Yeah, I would love to add that there's also a big change in, I guess, the way we've seen consumers spend and the amount of options that they have now. We have more international artists touring than we've ever had before, which, leads to people having to choose between supporting a local Australian artist or an international artist. And some of these shows are, a much bigger scale, meaning that instead of going out to several events over a weekend, they might just choose one. Their ticket prices are astronomically more than they used to be pre-COVID. So it's a lot of people having to choose between, Taylor Swift or Coldplay. And all supporting the thing. And it's interesting too from a venue perspective. The Bird is as busy as it's always been and is getting a lot of support from the community, but it's the price rise and the way that people spend has changed dramatically, and it's meaning that we can have a full house and not make enough.
Still not running here, we've heard that evidence, so that's interesting. Ms. Adams?
To add to that, I guess one way that we have been trying to tackle it is with Mojos particularly, we've been hosting free entry events at a cost to the venue, but keeping it free to the public, which is it's definitely a big cost on us because we pay our artists as fairly as we possibly can. But it does mean that people can come through and appreciate local acts, and local acts aren't having to put on, like with the venue hire fee in place to hire the venue, sort of the entry level for ticketing for them to walk away with any money is about the $20 mark. And a lot of young punters just don't have that money, to go out midweek and catch a local band. So to try and bring more younger people into the venue, we've started hosting free entry events.
How are they working?
Really good. So we had a full house last Thursday. That was one that we threw. It's just it just means that it is more accessible for people to pop down. You know, they might not know the artists that are on, so they'll take a punt and walk in, and then you know, they'll spend buy a couple of drinks at the bar, which helps us. So we're kind of at a point where we're hoping that the bar spend will cover our costs. It's not really the case at the moment because people just aren't drinking as much.
One concern that was expressed to us yesterday was that if with free gigs or community supported gigs, that audiences will just come to expect that, and they'll be less likely to go to a ticketed event that costs money. They'll just wait for the free one.
It's definitely an issue. I mean, that is definitely a consideration. I guess with a space like Mojo's, where we have had a lot of tours coming through and it's been less accessible for local artists for a little while due to the cost of booking the space, we're just trying to build that culture back up at the moment of getting people to come out and come and see live acts, and then eventually, you know, putting on a door price for these type of things. It is a risk, but at the moment we're just trying anything to get people attending local shows and being able to afford coming out midweek and not just choosing like one gig on the weekend that they go to, but yeah, sort of building that that nighttime culture across the week. So,
sorry, Ms. Templeman.
Yeah, and look, it's interesting hearing that because that's sort of beyond promotion and marketing. You're really trying to bring about cultural change there, aren't you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I guess getting people back into the routine of just going out. And then if we did eventually introduce, I guess if we had support for the venue to cover some of these things like our ongoing, you know, tech costs. There's a lot of little like things on the art side of running a bar that is the reason why we have to put our venue hire fee in place. So yeah, I guess if we had support there, we could reduce our venue hire fee, which, for example, for an artist at the moment to book that space, we charge a $200 production fee plus $3.30 per head. And then on top of that, we've got our ticketing fee from our ticketing platform, which is another $2.50 per head. So already out of the gate, artists are sort of paying $6 or $7 per ticket just to hold the space, like to have the space. If we could reduce that part, then at least we could keep tickets the artists could keep tickets at a price that their crowd can afford to come out to multiple gigs a week, not just pick one or two.
In terms of the business side of that thing, so you as the venue, essentially, are you organising the ticketing? You're organising so you've got the venue. So in terms of for the artist, they just turn up with their equipment, plug it and play. Is that sort of?
They would spend a lot of money on promotions themselves as well because they obviously want to make money out of the show.
But in terms of having to organise ticketing and those sorts of things, we
do all that.
You handle all that.
Yeah, we handle all the ticketing in-house. I think I can't remember where I was going with that.
Ms. Templeman?
So, Chair, my last question is just around young audiences. It looks to me that is, as you're all licensed venues, and I would imagine that any decision to open something up for young audiences brings with it a whole lot of regulatory pain and challenge. Have any of you done underage-focused events? Can you give us any insight into what's involved or what you've experienced or what's put you off?
Rosemount Hotel, Sinead. We tend to stay away from them because of, I think there's a bunch of, my understanding is that there's a bunch of regulations that we have to adhere to be able to set the room up to be suitable for under 18 punters, which means hours of staff costs to get it set up right. And then, of course, we don't have the bar spend that we would have if it was an 18-plus event. So we would have to charge a significantly higher venue hire fee to be able to have it happen at all. We tend to sort of stay away from the underage.
Kira from the Rechabite, we have hosted events where we've got minors accompanied, and generally those audiences exit the venue by 10 p.m. That's kind of our policy. But again, on like a Friday, Saturday night, it's really not too viable in terms of the fact that the venue runs until 2 a.m. We kind of need people that can stay until that time. And yeah, just again, like no bar sales, the cost of hire, so pretty much similar to you. We haven't trialled any purely underage gigs due to our licence, and we're also right in Northbridge, so there can be some challenges there, especially on weekends around, you know, approval of all ages or even minors accompanied events in terms of, you know, the regulation of that. So yeah, it's something we would love to do, but it's yeah, not viable, unfortunately.
Mike Neal here from William Street Bird. I have a few different perspectives on this, actually, because aside from, like many of us, aside from just working in the venue, I have a few different jobs within the industry. One of them includes managing an artist who is young and upcoming and wants to play under 18 audiences around the country, and even though he can sell 100 to 200 tickets in most major cities, it's just unfeasible for us to run shows around the country, because the costs involved with having a space and doing that in major cities is impossible. And even our agents who run the tours just say that it's not worth it until we can get to really big numbers. And I would have thought 200 people would be enough, but apparently not. As a venue, unfortunately, I think this music industry in Australia is tied to alcohol sales across the board in festivals and everything. I also have experience working with Hyperfest, which was is this government-run, a local government-run thing in the city of Swan that is, I think, the only still running alcohol-free festival maybe in the country. And it's only done by a battle between funding bodies and the local government supporting it, and it's a youth program. There just isn't enough of it. So one of my fears is that young audiences are just not being opened up to live music from a young age. So it's really hard for them to, you know, they turn 18 and they're allowed to go to live music events and they don't understand what they are, or they love music because it's everywhere. It's on TikTok, it's on across all social media, but they don't have access to it until they're old enough to drink.
Yeah, thank you. And that's really interesting when you keep in mind that bands like Silverchair started as, you know, kids really. And my own son started playing in bands at the age of 14, and we'd have to accompany him to pubs. But yeah, thank you for explaining the challenges there.
Thanks, Ms. Tellerman. I'll throw the Deputy Chair. I've got one just while we think about it. You mentioned Hyperfest. Is that still running, and how's it going?
It is. I aren't part of it anymore, but as far as I know, it's on plans to run again next year, and this year's event was very successful. And it's a really unique program because it's through a youth kind of advisory group, so it's a festival run by young people for young people.
Is it outdoors or in?
Yep, outdoor festival.
An outdoors one-day sort of festival with multiple artists? Or?
Yep, multiple artists touring from all over Australia. It's always Australian artists, you know, with a heavy WA focus as well.
Yes.
And it does about 3,000 tickets, about there.
And all alcohol-free, and so all ages, but alcohol-free?
Yep, all ages, but alcohol-free, yep.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Archer?
Yeah, thank you. So we've heard a lot of evidence across the country from venues around this change in behaviour and the difficulty of business models that rely on alcohol sales to kind of maintain. As venues, have you given any thought to, you know, if that continues, how do we change that business model? And do you have any ideas about that? And also, you know, to what extent is that changing that business model require, I know you've put in your submission it requires, you know, some transition assistance, say from government or whatever, to scaffold that change. So just interested in whether you have any views around what kind of models, alternative models, might work to preserve live music venues, and what support might be needed to kind of scaffold that change.
Yeah, Emma from Mojos and the Bird. Over recent years, the Bird has definitely tried to pivot a lot and put a lot more focus on their food sales, which is also it does cost a lot to run a kitchen. We did a bunch of renovations as well to appeal to a wider audience. Same with Mojos. We're going under renovations in October, putting in a kitchen, putting in potentially a store to create revenue that way. Just upgrading the venue in general to sort of appeal to, I don't want to say like a mainstream audience, but like to an older demographic as well as just the younger audiences that traditionally, I guess, were frequenting venues, because the older audiences do have more money to spend and support the venue. So I guess there's a lot of ways that we are trying to really branch out and widen our demographic in the spaces. With programming as well, it'll be very interesting, I think, to see what the musical landscape is like sort of in the years to come, because we are sort of finding, like I find definitely that I'll be choosing an artist based on what I believe their audience is going to drink in the bar. So it does push out a lot of younger artists because their crowds aren't drinking. But there is a positive to that, because it means that we are platforming, artists that have been in the scene for longer, people that are sort of 35 plus, and their crowds are coming out and spending all their disposable income over the bar. So that's, it's not all negative there, but there is definitely deliberate choices being made as to who we're platforming based on what we think. Well, sorry, I don't know if I'm speaking for everybody, but which will be interesting to see if there's a big shift in what the popular music is to come.
That's a fascinating insight, because it is the music business, but we call it the music sector, but it's the music business. You've got to turn a profit, but that is a very direct intervention in terms of the cultural intervention that sort of a feel good folksy singer won't get a go because they're not going to drive your alcohol sales, whereas a hard rock, hard rock, and I get it, but it's so that for young musicians looking on, what do I become? Do I go down that route or that route? Really interesting. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Archer.
And some others. So we've heard suggestions about what kind of support government may provide that would be most useful, right through from vouchers to introduce young people, for example, to that live music experience for the first time, so that they get a voucher and they can take it to a venue and have that experience, which is, I guess, what you're trying to do with your midweek sessions, in a way. Give them that introduction, hopefully they keep coming back, right through to things like tax incentives or whatever. So again, I guess interested in what sorts of things would actually, from a venue point of view, have the most bang for buck, if you like.
Mark from the Bird here. Prior to being at the Bird, I worked for a venue called the Sewing Room, which ran for 5 years in Perth and closed down. And one of the issues the Sewing Room had, thinking about young audiences, we were nightclub licensed because we wanted to run late as a point of difference, but the nightclub license meant massive security costs. We could not do any under 18 things. To de-license the venue was actually impossible. We asked the city and they wouldn't allow it. And it eventually, I think one of the reasons it maybe failed and didn't work. And I feel like we've all probably got venues that have different classifications of licenses and they all have different costs involved. Maybe there should be some acknowledgement of live music and original live music as a focus and a classification for that.
What about that ability to adapt as well? So, it's been a while since I've spent much time in nightclubs, but even when I was spending time in nightclubs, I probably wasn't there on like a Tuesday night, maybe Wednesday, but not Tuesday. But from what you're saying, venues couldn't even, for example, have your over 18 sort of, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, but have the ability to run like underage gigs earlier in the week, for example, because your licenses wouldn't allow for that even.
Yeah, that was the nightclub one. It was very strict. It
Yeah.
just wasn't allowed in the city. And yeah, I think part of me understands that, but also a big part of what we were doing there wasn't a nightclub. It was more of a live music focused space.
Yeah. And so what about in terms of those incentives and those vouchers, for example? We've heard like a range of suggestions, but one was just that for 18-year-olds actually, you know, so adult audiences, but to get them out for that first time and get them experiencing something that they might not have yet. Is that something you think would work in venues?
It's very tricky with club as well, because like pushing them into, I don't know.
I think it could be a great like boost short term, but I think if things keep going the way they're going, we're going to need some kind of ongoing, constant support. I think it was the UK Live Music Venues Trust, or some. Don't quote me on that. But they implemented a ticket levy for all stadium and arena shows of $1 for every ticket bought to a stadium or arena show to go to supporting grassroots venues. So I believe that's happening in the UK now, and I just thought that was a fantastic idea. That everyone from Coldplay.
Ask everybody what your view on that, Kira.
I'd also heard of that. I think, what's interesting is what we've sort of spoken on prior about people choosing what they're buying their tickets on. Oftentimes, if, for example, I'm looking at booking a local act over the weekend, it's important to know like what other stadium events are on that weekend, because people are more likely to spend their, $60 to $80 on that rather than even $50 on a local show. And I guess just in terms of the venue hire fee, it's something that the Rechabite has been playing with over the last 5 years through COVID, removing it altogether during times where people weren't coming out, switching to a percentage model at some times, eliminating a minimum versus fee. And we just found that even the venue hire fee itself just wasn't even covering the running costs. So it might cover about half of your running cost if you're running a kind of large space that requires 2 operators, requires, security every Friday and Saturday night, requires up to 4 door staff sometimes for a venue of the Rechabite size. And yet we're still kind of catering to a 500 cap audience.
So just your view, and I'll ask Emma and Mark as well, on the idea of that big stadium levy. Is that something you would support?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what would be the best way to invest those funds back into venues, though? Is it in like capital works grants, or is it in some other kind of grant to support those sort of subsidise venue hire costs?
I feel like honestly the biggest challenge is that venue hire cost and the relationship with the artist, and maintaining, like equitable fees for your technicians and whatnot. Subsidies in the way of being able to reduce that cost to artists would be the biggest impact, I think.
Just for that answer, I'll just get Mark and Emma to your views on the levy idea.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that before. It's a great concept.
Idea, for sure. Because those ticket fees are like so expensive. So to just be able to put a little bit of back, and it does take away a lot of our audience a lot of the time in the smaller venues. So
I think it
does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, $1 is something you wouldn't even notice on a $80 ticket or whatever it is. So I feel like if everyone that went to Coldplay, contributed $1 towards grassroots venues, it would just make such a big difference.
I think there's a lot to say about messaging around that as well. Like people that are attending these big concerts, remembering where these bands started out and the importance of having small venues, because Coldplay just didn't walk out onto a stadium one day. They were in pubs of our size.
I do feel like on the messaging, there is more that I feel like could be done around marketing and promotion of the live music original scene in Western Australia in particular. you see, everyone knows that Melbourne is like thriving for live music and things like that, but I think there's the broader WA audience don't know that there is original live music in Perth. And I think it could be good to tie that into some kind of marketing campaign with the ticket levy, that goes out through more mainstream channels like tourism channels and things like that. I've often seen, things pop up on social media that are like 10 things to do when you visit Perth, and it never includes anything to do with live music, let alone the arts most of the time. So I feel like there's a lot that can be done to let people know that this is happening and give them the opportunity to support it.
Can I actually get your views as venues on the idea of, and we've heard evidence about in the US, where the drinking age for some states is 21, but apparently, and it's only what we've heard, so I've got no independent verification, that if you're under drinking age and there's a live music event on in a licensed premises, you can go and listen to that music if you're under drinking age. You still can't be served alcohol because you're under legal drinking age, but you can at least go to the venue, whereas in most, if not all, jurisdictions in Australia, if you're a licensed venue and there's a live music act, if you're under 18, you can't go. Would you as venues be supportive of a change to the law that would allow people under the age of 18 access, to go into a licensed venue unchaperoned? I know you can currently go with a chaperone, but to go into a licensed venue to listen to music and then leave it up to responsible service of alcohol and normal policing to deal with making sure that people can't be served, or do you think that's just too risky in terms of your venues? What's your views?
I think it would definitely it would depend on the venue. With a space like the Bird or Mojo's, we can have eyes sort of everywhere and be keeping an eye on everyone, and safety is a big priority. But I can see risks if there's underage people in venues that maybe don't have those same values. Yeah, but we're quite small spaces, so it's easy for us to monitor.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the concept. We're a small capacity space at the Bird, and it's right in the heart of Northbridge, so I don't know how many people would want their children or young people coming right into the middle of Northbridge to go in there. But the Bird is a very welcoming space that is very unique in how we look after the regulars and the people that feel comfortable there. So I feel like we're very capable of being able to do something like that. But again, it's small, so I wouldn't want 100 people in there who can't drink, because we do rely on bar sales.
Yeah, Rosemount's got a few spaces in it. It's a bit of a bigger venue, so it could be a little bit difficult to navigate that just in terms of the resources. Sorry? Policing it. Yeah, just in terms of the resources that it would take in policing it and all of that. Yeah, not closed off to the idea.
Yeah, similar sentiment. I think if there was a way to manage it and keep people safe, sure. I think, we don't have security on every night because it's not a requirement of our licence. Every Friday and Saturday night we do. Again, I think being very conscious of how these underage patrons are going to mingle with people who are over 18 and what the actual programming is in the venue. I think certain styles of music are going to evoke different, responses from audiences, drawing different crowds. So it does become about resources and the ability to really monitor things, because obviously safety is the most important for a minor.
The cut-off age, would it be 14, 15, 16? At some point you've got to say, well, that's too young, or and it could depend on the gig. If it's a heavy metal,
I suppose I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but we did allow minors accompanied throughout the Perth Festival programming, which was the contemporary program for Perth Festival, which was hosted at the Rechabite for 4 weeks. And that was nearly 21 days of live music programming, and also included local acts as supports. So that was fantastic. But again, it was that difficulty of, well, there is a difference between a child under the age of 10 and a 17-year-old who might be there for, a massive rock show. So we had to put in parameters such as 12 plus or even 15 plus in some circumstances, which really kind of narrows it down when you're talking about, 15 to 17.
Because one of the issues that we've faced is just the young people not accessing live music like they used to pre-COVID, and so introducing young people to live music. And if we're talking 16, 17-year-olds, what is their introduction to live music? So I think one of the ideas, there may be Ms Templeman raising it, not necessarily as an idea, but as a question the other day about should there be, where if chaperones are continued to be required, the idea of a discount for chaperones, because obviously there's a ticket cost for the 16-year-old going to an all-age, going to a licensed gig, but then the chaperone has to pay the fee as well, and doesn't necessarily want to be there, but has to be there. So should they get would you be open to them getting a discounted fee to attend? But then, of course, some of the evidence was, well, you've still got to make money on the bar, and you don't want lots of people taking up space who would otherwise be paying customers. But in terms of introducing young people to music, would that be something that you'd be open to? If chaperones having a discounted entry if they're accompanying a minor?
Definitely open to it. I think it also comes down to, because most of us operate on a venue for hire kind of capacity rather than putting on venue curated shows. So we're not receiving the ticket income a lot of the time, it's going to the artist. Right. So it would have to be something that they would need to be on board with it as well. And it might be different for every artist that comes through, might have a different opinion on it. So I
can imagine a lot of artists wanting to use that system. I know that, we've had a lot of artists who will use the accessibility things where they have a carer that's allowed to come, companion cards and those kind of things. So I can see it working like that well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, look, we're about out of time, I think, but I want to ask each of you, what's the single most important thing we need to recommend to the government to support live music in Australia? Emma Adams?
I think that there just needs to be more focus on like a sense of pride around our original live music scene and getting that messaging across, and it just being known that always starts at a grassroots level. I feel like we all jump on our big stars once they've made it and once they're an export, and we all want to say, I don't know, we saw them when they were small, but that just doesn't. If there was more messaging around that, I think that would be really important, and give the general public sort of a sense of FOMO if they, some sort of branding around that, or like making out FOMO, fear of missing out. I don't know if I articulated that well, but
That's right. Mark, single most important recommendation we need to make to the government?
Yeah, I think I agree with Emma. We need to have more pride in our Australian music and really champion it. And I think there are a lot of spaces like looking after, this opportunity to speak is really important, valuable, and caring for the smaller spaces where artists are starting out is great. And I think other organisations like the Association of Artist Managers have put in some really good requests in the last couple of years, like making sure that an international touring artist has an Australian artist on board, and that they are, heavily featured. And when it's announced, they're on the poster. It'd be amazing to be able to go, people to be able to go Taylor Swift's touring. And they're bringing this person, and I've seen that person play at the Bird.
We nearly got through this without anybody saying a name, but you said it. It's a running joke. I think if you do a Hansard search of the most used term throughout this inquiry, it'll be Taylor Swift. Sorry, Sinead, what's the single most important recommendation?
Yeah, I have to agree. Marketing, I feel like, is just getting that messaging out. So I echo that. And then in addition to that, I think putting in some kind of long-term support, such as the ticket levy or something that's continuous contribution or funding initiatives and things like that, because it's going to take many years, I feel like, to build back up. So it's, we need long terms, not short term sort of, so yeah.
Kira, last
Yeah.
word.
Pretty much agree with everyone. I think, without local live venues, there's no local live music scene. And, the two are symbiotic. We need to be supporting venues in the way of subsidies, in terms of their financial costs that are increasing exponentially. And continue with awareness, I suppose, in each community about how important those venues are to the wider culture.
Thank you all for your attendance today's hearing. Very, very, very useful to hear from you all. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024. There's a lot of T's on that. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections. And I think we're now suspended for lunch, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. Thank you all. Cheers. Broadcasting is giving us a thumbs up. So I now call witnesses to join the Musicians Round Table. Thank you for being with us. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with you, Helen.
My name is Helen Tuckey, and I appear as a member of the West Australian Symphony Orchestra, as a member of and branch president of the MIA Musicians Australia branch, an AMEB examiner, private studio teacher, and a member of various music associations. And yes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Patrick Smith. I play in and manage the Southern River Band.
Thank you. And Mr. Sloan?
Paul Sloan. I'm the agent for Southern River Band and 30 or 40 other bands, and I produce Australian tours for Australian and international artists and play drums in 3 Perth-based bands.
And you're the managing director, is that correct? You're the managing director of Supersonic Entertainment?
Yes.
Lovely. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Commonwealth Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering the question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll just introduce ourselves.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee and the member for Bass in Tasmania.
Do we have Ms Templeman on the line? Not at the moment, all right. We may be joined by Ms Templeman, who's the member for Macquarie and the Special Arts Envoy. And I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair of the committee and the member for Lions, also in Tasmania. So you've got a Tasmania twofer? No jokes, please. All right. We're ready to take opening statements. To you, over to you, Ms Tuckey.
Right. My fixed employment hours mean that I'm often unable to participate in opportunities such as those provided by this hearing. As a symphony musician and member of MIA for over 40 years, I can be here today as I'm on carer's leave from my work in the West Australian Symphony Orchestra. I acknowledge WASO and the Union Movement of Australia for facilitating this kind of leave. Today in particular, I appreciate support from our son who's driving my 101-year-old mother around during this appearance. These values of down-to-earth caring and community are also part of the value system of our First Nations peoples, and I acknowledge and pay my respects to the traditional owners of the Whadjuk Budja that we meet on here today at the beautiful Derbarl Yarragon. Large symphony orchestras and the union movement both historically came out of uniting in strength to do something positive to serve and enhance the lives of the community at large. I welcome the mere minimum $250 fee now recognised for casual workers in music by the Commonwealth Government and other state governments. The Government, as custodians of our cultural legacy, needs to remain vigilant about the public interest in securing a sustainable and creative future for our unique Australian arts community and take proactive steps to make access and participation in the arts of all genres more widely available at every postcode. Western Australia has large physical distances between centres, and state, federal and local government need to work together to ensure arts access systemically for all West Australians. First Nations first. There are many dilemmas in the current arts funding equation. For example, our rich arts and cultural heritage and legacy can be found in areas like the Burrup Peninsula, where we see rock art many times older than that found in European caves. Images in the rock art include the megafauna, ancient ships from overseas, and the first known depiction in rock of the human face. Right now, preservations of this First Nations legacy to the world is being challenged by companies seeking to overturn many recommendations by various authorities to undertake activities that put this legacy in jeopardy, along with a substantial contribution to global climate change. These same companies are keen to advertise and court public favour by sponsoring our major performing arts companies. My submission gives examples of how musicians themselves, through reform of governance of our arts and education institutions, could be much more proactively involved in creating a sustainable, diverse and creative future for music in Australia. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Tuckey. Mr Smith, Mr Sloan, do you have an intro statement at all?
Not that prepared.
No.
That's all right.
Hours, but
And I've just been told that we do have Ms Templeman on the phone. Ms Templeman, if you'd just like do your quick intro.
Hello, Susan Templeman, member for Macquarie in the Blue Mountains and Special Envoy for the Arts.
Thank you. Look, first of all, on behalf of the committee, thank you all for appearing, and on behalf of musicians in WA, we've taken a lot of evidence over the course of the inquiry, spent to venues, lobby groups, all sorts of people associated with the sector, but very importantly, we want to talk to musicians who are the coalface of live music. And thank you for your introductory remarks, Ms Tuckey. Mr Smith, I'll just note, so you're based in, well, you're from Thornley originally, the Southern River Band, and
The band is, yeah, I'm from Bunbury.
Oh, you're from
originally,
Bunbury,
yeah.
so the band's from Thornley. Okay.
Bunbury, Mandurah and Thornley, the Golden Triangle.
well, I grew up in Maddington, so yeah, I know about Thornley, so yeah. All right. Can you tell us your experience first? I'll start with you. You've opened for internationally successful acts, Darkness, Wolfmother, Amel Sniffers. I've actually heard of them. Grinspoon, Gyroscope, Birds of Tokyo. Some pretty significant acts there. That would suggest a sense of that you are a successful band. What's it like? What's the live music sector like for you and the Southern River Band? What are the pressures? What are the challenges?
Successful is an interesting word to describe it. We played some fantastic shows, but success in a normal metric, meaning income and stability, is completely the opposite. So we rely on grants quite often, and have recently done that to get over to Europe. But we are a band that loves playing, and we continue just to play and slowly grow a market. There's no assistance coming from radio or external sources that help us along. So
why is that? Why is radio not playing material?
Not sure. We might have to take it up with our national youth broadcasters, perhaps, their selection of music. But you would imagine in a perfect world a band who works as hard as we do and continues to put ourselves around despite the financial difficulties would be potentially more supported by the industry.
Do you get feedback from stations as to why they're not playing material? You submit it and then it's just a black hole?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we've kind of given up on the radio thing now. We just played. There's pockets of fans who want to hear the music, and we want to keep playing for them, so we'll keep doing that. Potentially we've recently been to Europe, so we've opened some markets there, and that's probably more of a frontier for us to have success in the general meaning of the word.
So it sounds like a pretty well tried. I mean, that's the route. I mean, you play your small venues, get up an audience, but obviously the radio airplay can help. Discoverability has been an ongoing theme through the inquiry, and it's just the difficulty that original contemporary bands have in terms of reaching an audience. I mean, it's easy enough to upload your material to Spotify or one of the platforms, but there's 100,000 other people doing the same thing over any given week. So other than you physically getting into venues, what are some of the ways that you're trying to get your name out there and your music out there, and to be so that people are aware of your existence and of your material?
Well, social media is the obvious one, but that leans to a certain demographic, and our music being sort of 70s and 80s based rock and roll, most of our market isn't on Instagram or TikTok. And we also aren't really looking for that catchphrase moment of virality, which a lot of music now tends to be. A soundbite or a clip and the data that feeds through to a festival lineup or something. It's not necessarily the band that can play for an hour and a half and make sure that the group sees it. But I mean, social media is the thing, emailing, the usual bits and pieces.
Are you doing original material?
Yeah, original, yeah.
Ms. I'll go to Mrs. Archer and Ms. Templeman in a moment, but just Ms. Tuckey, you made some of the points that we've heard before today about distances in WA, particularly for WA compared to other jurisdictions, the importance of various jurisdictions working together, local government, state government, federal government, we've heard that. What are you seeing as a member of the classical music fraternity, which is not an area that the inquiry has focused very heavily on, I'll be frank. I mean, it's been more on contemporary, but still it's an important component of live music. How are things in your neck of the woods?
I think the symphony orchestra used to tour and have a much larger presence in regional areas than it does at the moment. And as for genres, it's very curious because my most recent tour was with a hip-hop artist to Karratha. So we're actually swapping in and out of different genres with the symphony. I wouldn't say I specialise. Do I look like a hip-hop? No. But, we had a great time playing with them. But in that audience in Karratha, there were kids who played the cello as well. And they were sidling up to the edge of the stage. But I realised that the education program that the government has in place, there's no cello program being provided north of Kareen at the moment. Right, okay. But in the past, 100 years ago, there were, 90 cellists living outside of regional Western Australia. And they would be playing in community things as well, a lot more community presence in the whole thing, yeah.
So what's your view as to why WASO is not touring like it was? Is it just cost or audiences down? Or
No, audiences are up. The problem is calendar, fewer musicians per capita being employed, and there's so many demands on the time of WASO because we have to play as well in the opera and the ballet and fulfil these obligations with an orchestra that was designed to be expanding by now. With the merging of two orchestras that happened 30 years ago, the arts orchestra played for opera and ballet. We were meant to be a very big orchestra that could, while one half was on tour, the other half would be in the pit. That hasn't happened. No.
All right. And Mrs. Archer?
I just wanted to pick up on what Mr. Smith was saying before about, so you've applied for a few grants, you received some funding to go to Europe. Just want to understand, were they state government grants?
State government.
And your experience of that, how did you find out about them? Were they easy to apply for? We've taken a bit of evidence over the time that people are like, well, I don't know where to go and look for them. I don't know what's available. They're hard to apply for. I'm not a grant writer, all of those sorts of things. So I'm just interested in what your experience is and if either of you have any experience in that regard as well. Happy to
Yeah, I mean, the grant writing process is difficult but necessary. I don't think it's necessarily difficult to find them if you need to do it. I don't know how much easier you could make finding grants. I mean, there's a level of detail that they need to stick to clearly and potentially favours people who have done them before, the sort of template idea of filling in a grant. So
I think there's an uncertainty about grants, which is a problem. So you might make a plan, a career plan for an artist that when you sort of budget it out, the time frame of it and the cost of it is in the calendar is sort of is clunky with the grant deadlines. And so there may be pressure for the artist to commit to something and then thinking, well, this is a good opportunity that we're pretty sure we'll get the grant, but then the grant is unsuccessful because that round had a lot of applicants. So they just don't get the full amount, get a lesser amount or don't get it at all, which then puts them in a very difficult financial predicament because it's an opportunity that any sort of sane musician would take is available to them. They're going, yeah, that's a great career thing for us to do. Then they're left in a position not having the financial resources to complete the opportunity or to engage with it properly.
And actually, I think we heard some evidence this morning that one of the requirements of one of the grants we heard was that you had to have planned your tour and booked your dates, in advance. Just a bit. That's it.
I'd rather see funding that is activated by, so if you know that if you engage with a certain thing, it activates support Like, so you just got to prove that you've done that. So that might be there's more than 5 ticketed shows that you're headlining in another market or something, and that activates a flight rebate thing or something that just you can rely on the support.
Not a grant, but more of a subsidy program.
Yeah. So you've got to, by engaging in a certain activity, so when that could be any type of music, it might be if you do something regionally, there's a sort of regional support because it acknowledges that there's away from home issues for people who are travelling regionally. So, I mean, it's the same when any of the Perth-based bands I represent that are doing East Coast touring. Obviously, the immediate thing is what are the flight prices? So if we get an opportunity on the Grand Prix weekend in Melbourne for a band, might seem like a good opportunity. The hotel's at $1,000 instead of $200, and the flights are $800 instead of $400, so we can't go. So
you've got, you say 30 or 40 bands that you manage?
So bands like King Gizzard, Spacey Jane, and Amon the Snivers, who are sort of major Australian bands I've represented since they were $500 bands, all 3 of those. So
you've got 30 or 40 all up, is that right?
Yeah, so I do.
And how many of them are WA based?
10.
All right, so
Not even.
So you got a fair few on the East Coast.
Yeah, and internationals as well.
So what and internationals as well.
So I do Nick Cave and Bon Iver, and I import international. I'm doing PJ Harvey, Tom York. So I do major international.
Terrific. All right. So sorry to jump in, Mrs. Asher. In terms of the those various acts that you manage, what are the different challenges for? I mean, given that we want to promote, enhance, protect, grow live music in Australia holistically and all of it. But what are you seeing as the challenges distinct to, bands in WA with the tyranny of distance and the particular challenges here compared to those you represent on the East Coast, and then those who go international? What are the particular difficulties for each different genre subclass?
I mean, I can give you the quick summary of why we're at where we are, if you like. Yeah. So I started playing in 1988, right, in bands, and I was touring in 1991, and that's around Australia. And my first act never went overseas, but the acts I'm in now, 2 of them have done. We go to Spain and UK a little bit and stuff like that from Perth. But there's a few issues that have persisted through that whole period, and one of them is that people doing original work in most art forms, but music and contemporary music in particular, when you start, you're doing it for a range of reasons, and obviously the creative side of it is of interest to the people that are doing, otherwise they would be doing cover band stuff or whatever. There's a sort of period where you do it with full commitment as a hobby, with the hope that it will become something that can sustain you or be your career, right? So you're trying to basically put yourself out there, and I guess someone who does painting and stuff doesn't suddenly make money as well, right? The first painting is probably, if they go well, would be sold for a lot less than the future work, which then may make the past work more valuable at some point. So the issue with that, of course, is then trying to put any sort of policies in to just, and in my early times, there was quite an active musicians union in WA, and I had quite a few philosophical chats with them about trying to set minimum pays, saying that it was important for there to be the capacity for a 4-band bill at a pub for $3 for a bunch of start-up bands to cut their teeth and to play shows. If you put minimum pay for all the musicians appearing that night at 16, no pub's going to book the show. So you stop those sort of, I think they're really art galleries, right? That's the key, that was in the history, or since the 80s, was funded by alcohol, basically. So the private sector didn't really need the assistance of government to do those art galleries, because people would go and socialise and meet other people. And I think music in those days did serve a purpose of finding a community. So you'd fall into a type of music you loved. If you went and sort of supported those type of bands, you're around sort of people who are like you, so you're more likely to meet a life partner, or, it sort of was a social sorting out thing. The type of person you were was reflected in the music you supported. And obviously, one striking difference to me is that the consolidation of the alcohol business and into discount major liquor retail, which is like an oligopoly now, but it wasn't before. There was lots of mom and pop stores then. Takeaway liquor was more something people did at the end of the night if they were going to go home and kick on or something. And there was sort of parity almost between the cost of a can of beer in a bottle shop and a minute of beer at the bar. So there was no sort of disincentive. And if you look at the current play, what alcohol's now is now a ball and chain for contemporary music, because if you look at the difference between the cost of, you can still buy a can of beer from Dan Murphy's for $1.50 in a carton. But if you go into the context of a pub, it's $10 or $12 or $15 for it's $20 for a pint in some places, right? So you're talking about it's 5 or 6 times the price. And because to get people into a cultural habit in their life, which is critical for the culture of a country and the sophistication of a country culturally, is that you expose people to as much culture as you can. They find themselves or find their inspirations, and then they become cultural people in whatever they, find. If you're not, and it's why there's the importance of taking things to regional places. They have less cultural choice, so you run the risk of places turning into, or the perceived thing of being a backwater or whatever. So, in terms of exposing people, it's young people that you need to get people when they're younger, and I think the opportunities from that period, like if a young kid has got a part-time job at the moment, to pay a ticket price, which is almost the same as it used to be, you can still go to a gig for $5 or $10, the local bands, is that they're going to go and have to have $60 to have the same number of drinks they might have had that before was not an issue for them. So they're now preloading and staying home. If they're going to drink, they'll drink at home because it's too expensive to do the drinking. The first 2 bands on the bill don't get seen by anyone. The pub doesn't make any money, so it's less viable as a commercial enterprise. So the sort of decline in alcohol consumption and the increase in price, largely through compliance and other things. Compliance has really hit venues, not liquor. Like a 16-year-old or 18-year-old can stand at the till at Dan Murphy's and sell enough booze to kill a whole suburb in a day, and there's the compliance around no shots and no, all the sort of things and the amount of security you have to have and all the sort of rules around venues has just stacked costs on there. But that obviously puts the price of liquor up in that environment as well, which then makes it less competitive again against Dan Murphy's. And that
I can't see any realistic path of that change, and I can't see any government sort of going back on those.
Well, no, they can't. So what I'm saying is that the government has to acknowledge that something that was previously supported, a very important popular cultural pursuit for people, which is where people are most likely to identify themselves, is contemporary music. It's the most consumed art form probably in Australia. So you really need to make sure that if the art galleries that we previously supported by liquor are no longer done, it's a win for society that alcohol's not so central, but something needs to come in to make the people who want to open art galleries have the capacity to still operate those sorts of spaces. And if you look at other art forms, they are funded by government, right? So I think that's a really central thing, is that trying to open an emerging artist gallery is hard for any art form. But in music right now, with low alcohol consumption and the competition from cheap liquor elsewhere and things like that, those environments are not really working anymore as they should.
So what's the best way to do that? So we heard from venues this morning about, they're trying to look at different models, for example, recognising that there's probably some level of government subsidy or
I proposed a few things, and we've talked about this at length in the office about, and there has been some talk around major venues, which often are built by governments anyway, by taxpayers, that are then given to big management companies to book and operate, is potentially having some sort of per ticket funding that goes to the venues of the small capacity venues. That could be also have some other government money going in, but for me, if you need something, you've got a nice lever for any business. The government having a lever for something, if it's sort of sitting in a pocket where it's not really viable, but it's a necessary thing we need to have, is a lever that can change depending how the market moves forwards with the support. And the idea, I've pushed it to a few of the organisations around Australia in the last 10 years. You identify how many shows you think is going to be sustainable for the business in terms of performance opportunities. So it might be an original venue operating 4 nights a week with ticketed shows with original work. They just have to meet certain criteria to then access weekly funding. So if you look at the basic cost of running a venue at that level, they've got a technical person for the night that's $300 or $400. There's some contribution to the production. They're the two main things that a pub that doesn't do music, is just selling booze to people and a bit of food, doesn't have those costs. So that's the main difference between running a normal pub and an entertainment pub. So by having those criteria that just activate a weekly support amount, so it might be $2,000 a week, so that venue gets 100 grand a year while they meet the criteria. Every quarter, they submit the shows they've had to check they've met the mark, and it just gets retrospectively paid in every quarter. Then if you think about a venue that's only running 3 nights a week, if 4 is the mark, they will definitely take that extra step of that extra night. It holds the capacity, and if you're running it 4 nights already, you're not going to slip below that if you know it's going to cost you that bit of support that's allowing you to employ someone to work the production and pay an audio company for the gear and all that sort of stuff. So, but what it does let you do is then isolate things like, say, regional areas. You might make their marker 2 nights a week because it's realistic. So a venue that's currently got 1 night a week would double their performance opportunities for the regional town. If it continues to slip, you just lower the mark. So, you know, or raise the amount of money you're offering for that marker so that you activate more venues. Because everyone that owns these businesses has a choice. Do I have live music or do I not? And if they know that by engaging with it, there is an acknowledgement that they are indeed an art gallery or providing some sort of cultural service to the community, then there just needs to be a simple way for them to access that. And it needs to sort of be applied. And we've talked about, to stop people rorting the system, about it's quite easy in the sector to use people from the sector to help you work out, but it's like professional production, elevated stage. You know, you can stop people just putting their own band on every night and keeping the money. It's easy to put those into the application stuff. So something like that, it gives you a sliding scale of support. So if you look at the context of what that means, a venue that's running 4 nights a week, it's 200 performance opportunities a year for probably 2 bands to 3 a night. It's 1,200 shows a year, so it's a lot of shows, right? If you look at the per performance opportunity input that requires, it's just a ridiculously low amount of money to just provide a little bit of spine to the business, yeah, which we don't currently have.
Just one more question. I'm just interested in hearing from all of you around, you know, those changes that you've observed over time. You said audience participation is still high and growing. I don't know if that's been your experience or if there's been demographic sort of changes that you've observed, or consumer behaviour in terms of ticket buying and things like that, and what, you know, you have done or what could be done to offset those.
The loss of media, the traditional media, has been the biggest impact on music in terms of finding audience. The thing I said before about making music accessible to young people, and we talked about this in the car, we've also lost university and school shows, which when I started my first bands, I'd say my first 10 tours in Australia in bands were anchored financially by university lunchtimes in Sydney and Melbourne and places like that. They no longer do those. There's these captive schools and universities. There's young people who are sort of open to new things.
School balls, school.
Well, no, school lunchtimes. I did them in my first band. I would ring up. They weren't sort of officially available. I would ring schools in my first band. We had quite strong all ages following, and I would say, "What's your charity for this year? Can we do a show? It's $5. We'll keep 2. I'll give $1 to the sound company and $2 to the school charity." And they would let us go into the school and do a lunchtime gig. But I did them that would fund us up to do other things, right? That would allow us to do a tour somewhere else. So, but it's that thing. It's when you do a performance, you see that, you know, we do have the benefit of data nowadays, and when you do the right shows, especially the younger people, when they see something for the first time, it's like if it's the band that a style of music they didn't know they loved, they see it for the first time. It is that discovery thing is an exciting time. They immediately, you see big lifts in data straight away. So when these guys, Southern River Band, did the Darkness national tour, I can look at their daily stats every time they did one of those performances, and they're doubling audience in some markets, their followers and things. Just there's a direct impact of it.
I was on the Curtin Student Guild back in the 80s, and Deb Conway models.
Well, yeah, the lunchtime shows were a big thing.
Bar shows. Yeah, and then they don't, so the unions don't have many more. So
no, they're gone. Yeah, and they used to be national. So I mean, I started lots of tours I did were anchored by that. I started my business bringing back into WA from other states, and a large part of that relied on university shows and other things, especially when the bands are starting out, because that's when you don't have. What you're trying to do is expand audience, so you need to play to new people, and so just booking your own show in a hotel doesn't really do that. You might play to 5 people doing that.
And that's got harder, that sort of discoverability.
That's right.
Now, how does, just last question, what your experience might be in terms of the digital and streaming sort of platforms, and what we've heard mixed evidence, like some
has been positive.
Yeah, some musicians have gone, "Hey, it's great, like if it wasn't for Spotify, it would be nothing." And others have gone, it's just that, the pits. So
the tools are fantastic in isolation, but when you take away, so the fall of street press, for example, an 18-year-old goes to a band at uni, sees them at lunchtime, goes to see the pub show, feels like they're in their community, and then becomes a music fan. They would go and get the street paper every week and see what was on and choose a gig to go to and be more open to new things. Now we're all art forms really are now just declined into sitting in the same social media models. We're now competing with Hungry Jacks, and like pretty much everything is in their marketing, because there's not much, like every company in the world is advertising.
Algorithms are driving it
Yeah.
into, you just get this very segmented market, and our audiences are segmenting a lot. And I've been raising how I feel it, even in the symphony orchestra, if we're playing one sort of concert, we should be showing our audience, hey, we could do, a little taster of something. This is how broad we are. We can do this and that. And that has
It's
an idea that we would like to promote a lot more as musicians. But these tools of technology are really important. But I think the way people are governed in our side of the industry is that there's a big interface between people in the office with whether it's writing grants or producing or doing this, and there's a long change of command, and so the musicians often don't have much say in the images and the way they're presented, the words that are spoken about them. And I would like to see musicians themselves being encouraged to not do all of the work, but to at least have some kind of autonomy and control over what is written and said about themselves, which, yeah.
Can I just go back to the street press issue, because obviously, the days of print media are coming behind us, and those that have folded are unlikely to come back. So Express here in WA, for example, I'm not sure whether they ever went online, but they made their money by selling ads, and advertisers would advertise with them because there'd be a certain number of eyeballs on their ads, and they'd get business that way. So publications that are now trying to move their model online, they're not as attractive to advertisers because they don't have the same number of eyeballs on the online products. So some of those street presses that tried to go online failed. Are you aware of what happened? Did that happen here in WA?
It's been awful for all those media outlets. Because, I used to spend, tens of thousands of dollars a month with those street papers, and now I spend nothing. If I'm trying to, the artists' audiences are pretty clearly identifiable through their own social media channels.
Yeah, but it's narrowcast.
But if you spend there, there's a mindset with bands now, I think, where, I had this conversation with Pat the other day. They're doing a show coming up in Sydney, and I said you should do some physical promotion there. But when you can just type in an audience and push it out for a few $100 and assume they're going to get the digital feed, the commitment of $4,000 or $5,000 to do something physically is hard for people these days to it's sort of earth-shattering, the cost. There's always been an issue with music as opposed to theatre. Theatre shows set up in places for 6 months. They're amortising a lot of costs, especially marketing, and they can build a sort of energy around a performance and grow numbers over that period if it's a good show. Obviously the opposite, it's true if it's terrible. But with bands, we're mostly travelling around. It's the most inefficient and ridiculous thing. We're travelling around doing one night.
But in terms of discoverability, if there was forget press, but let's say there's the internet, there's a portal, an app, whatever you want to call it. You need somebody writing about the music, somebody saying that this band's one to look out for.
Well, that investment's gone.
That's right. There's the investment's gone because at the moment there's no way for the people who set up those portals to recover their money because the advertising doesn't sustain it. is that a role for government, at least in the early years? Is it important enough for government to support an online, localised, street press, for want of a better term, online? So, a WH street press, a Brisbane street press, or whatever.
It's about a comprehensive listing of cultural activity. It's not available. So I did an experiment with my business a few years back. I paid someone for 6 months in WA to collect everything. So, and that meant going beyond our normal comfort zone to find things. It wasn't just music. I was looking at everything. And it required like ringing councils because they have activities they're doing, and then ringing like small galleries, and just really pushing out to anyone producing or delivering cultural content. And when you look at it, it's a finite thing, but it requires labour. You can't just search online and gather it. And as you're saying about the words, by dealing with the producers of the shows, whether that was a council person or a little promoter out in Midland or whatever it was, I was able to say to them, look, we need this summarised in 80 words, exactly what you're trying to do here and what it is and how you want it described, so that they had some control of the messaging going out and the audience they were seeking. And right now, I'm in the music business, and I am often finding myself where, like, two members of one of my bands came to rehearsal the other night wearing T-shirts for a band, and I'm like, what are you guys, did you not call each other about what you're wearing today? And they'd both been to the show on the weekend prior, a band I would have gone to see that I had no idea was playing. Because the only way I can find out is actually go to individual venue pages or in a feed of thousands of messages to do with all sorts of things, outside of music, is I might accidentally see the thing. But if I'm not in the algorithm for that particular act, I just don't see anything about it at all. So
on the other hand, I'm in my role in the Strings Association, we've got an online calendar of string events, which are very specific. So if you want to hear it and get up there, and we ask people to tell us about what gigs are on and whether they're university violin recital to, someone's doing a concerto with the symphony orchestra or the Music of Viva or whatever it is, Australian Chamber Orchestra. It's all there, and it's on one of those calendars, digital calendars are on our website. But that's all done by volunteers, and people just sending stuff in with links.
And it's the issue, like it requires a high level of passion for someone, because they're not getting paid, to collate or curate something like that. Yeah. And that does still happen. I'm sure there's like a Rockabilly website in Melbourne or something where everything's going, right? So, but in terms of like a normal cultural person, what am I doing this weekend? There is actually no resource in Australia where you can just see what's on in a really sort of comprehensive way and easy to use way to then make a decision about a cultural choice for the weekend. So
from a couple of community radio stations, or two in particular, one in Melbourne, one in Sydney, that are doing a lot of work in that space and still running gig guides and running their own sort of gigs in some cases. But there doesn't seem to be a dispersal of that sort of around the country or anything. Is much community radio here in the West, for example, doing that sort of stuff?
It's all softened because it's got less resources. Like even
what was the big one, man? CBECO?
RTR is up in Mount Lawley. Yeah. That's and that used to be called 6UVS7, based at the university.
Are they still as popular as they used to be, or are they?
I think their membership base is down, yes, but there's advertising, right? If someone's advertising a product and they've got $1,000, they would generally apply that mostly, if not all, to digital these days, because it's just they can identify a narrow thing. But as you were saying, what that does, although it may get a higher strike rate with your existing audience, it doesn't really go beyond it. So you kind of then in a spot of you're putting sort of fences around your possibilities,
And that's where we have a role for broadcasting, and I would say the ABC being continually cut, and yet its charter is to broadcast for the whole community. That is
as a member of the Labor government, because it hasn't. We haven't cut it. They've had a funding increase, but they do want more. But I can't speak to their internal management decisions. But certainly.
No, well, certainly if you look at the resources here at local level, maybe it's all because it's with centralisation, there's certainly less live music coming out. Hardly any live music going out of ABC compared with 40, 50 years ago. People were earning in all genres a lot more money broadcasting live in this state at the ABC.
I'm sure both the member for Bass and I despite being on opposite side of the political fence, would agree. The ABC in Tasmania's got the short end of the stick sometimes when it comes to funding decisions by the ABC management in Ultimo. Ms Templeman, you've been very patient. Do you have any questions for these fine people?
Indeed, I do, but thank you. It's been very informative listening to your experience coming through. I've got a question for each of you around music education, and I think, Ms Tucky, if I start with you, because you're just because of the history that you have, I'm interested in each of you sharing what I think the importance is, and in fact, we've had quite a lot of talk about schools, but what do you think the importance is of kids in primary school getting a good music education at school, and what impact that has on them in terms of being the future audiences, let alone any great musicians who might get discovered. I'm just interested in that, going backwards in this problem, not just to where we are now, but looking at what might have an impact for future audiences and future consumer behaviour around listening to live music. So any thoughts on music education in schools and its role?
I think it's integral to the health of our society, not only in terms of future audiences, but in terms of welfare, of giving people the option of using the language of music of whatever genre in their life going forward. So there's so much evidence from people like Anita Collins about the benefits of music education to the whole of education, as well as growing the audience. It's a lifetime activity, and if you look in aged care centres, at the end of life, you've got people with dementia being experiencing, memory choirs. You've also got children learning to speak through hearing sound. So at the beginning of life, we learn by listening. And so all the children who are studying music and giving a good music education as part of their primary education are going to hear better physically. They're going to have better language skills, better memory skills. They're going to be able to self-regulate, so there's emotional benefits from a music education. However, these areas need to be funded properly and integrated well with education. So it's not having a specialist once a week. It's saying, the ability to sing and enjoy music for 5 minutes a day. And teachers modelling have a go and involvement and understanding the regular classroom teacher as well as the specialist music teacher to say this is an integral part of something we value. It's not something for a gifted and talented elite, though there should be programs just like in sport for the elite, and the elite in music can start to emerge in the lower primary school ages, and there's very uneven provision of music education both in WA and throughout the whole of Australia. There are whole schools with absolutely no music whatsoever. And in my childhood, at a certain time of day, the ABC radio would come on, and I can still remember what time that was. It's really sad, isn't it? But
Mr. Smith,
yeah.
you don't look like you've been out of the education system very long. You're very young to me. Do you have any particular insight into the importance of education?
Yeah,
music education.
I was in high school in Bunbury, and thinking back on it, I'm fairly sure we had one particular teacher who forced a music program on a school that probably didn't want it, and luckily he did, because we played bands all through high school, and a number of bands that are touring now around Australia are all expats from Bunbury, from that particular school. So I think that was just his particular passion. I'm not sure it was built out of the curriculum or the intention of the school. It takes individuals generally to drive those programs, and it wasn't classical training, or it wasn't. It was just get a band together at lunchtime, and
you think that that engendered a generation of Bunbury kids to get into music.
A number of bands now that would have crossed paths with this particular individual at some point.
Ms. Templeman, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose just taking it from there, then in terms of building audiences of the future, as well as musicians of the future, where does that education responsibility lie? For instance, with taken evidence that some councils are doing incredible things, working in collaboration with high schools to kind of educate young performers. But we've also had a lot of musicians where I've said, where did you get your music business knowledge from? It was really just lived experience. So what are your thoughts on education for the musos, for the Rosies, for like everybody, go to the Brickers, everyone who's part of the music sector, from little performances to big performances. Is there a role? How do we do that better?
One thing I don't think it's been brought up necessarily. I think I started playing drums from going to shows, right? So I saw shows and loved it so much. I just wanted to do everything I could to be involved, and that journey for me has led to my entire sort of existence, right? Really, that my career and my sort of hobby, my social networks, everything sort of is tied around music. But I think the balance for schools, I think there's lots of kids who would be good at instruments, and I think just having it as a straight up educational thing in a school on its own is potentially having kids who could be good at things not taking it up. I think seeing people play music and listening to music and having an opportunity to play an instrument, the three things need to occur side by side. If you do that in primary and high school, you then also have this thing of audience development for the artists that are going into those environments to perform, to show. Because when you see someone joyful playing or playing well, it's impressive, or it might be something that sparks something in a kid that makes them want to learn that instrument. Then if that instrument's available after that, they may take it up.
Or songwriting.
All of it,
stage management, or, yeah.
And, I think music appreciation in general, from recorded and live experiences, would lead to more people taking up instruments. And other than, being made to feel guilty by the media during COVID, like we were sort of dealing drugs or something, every time we try to do a show, we're like the enemy. Being in this business, I really, really see how music does sort of, as a mental health thing, just for the whole society, is a critical aspect for most people to, someone who breaks up with someone has got their breakup thing, mixtape or whatever. There's so many purposes for celebration, for soothing, and connecting people. It's just such a central thing that really touches everybody in some way. It does feel like it's not put in that position by government. It sort of is we better have music. But it's so...
Some of the issues that we're grappling with, not grappling with a wrong term, but that we're dealing with are, there's obviously the economic development aspect of it, which is, festivals and venues are good for regional communities and jobs and all that. But there's also the cultural issue of the storytelling, the sense of self as a nation and a people, and also over and above that is the social cohesion, which we were talking about during our lunch break. And you mentioned it there about the sense of coming together and the shared experience that live music can do. And as you've said, you Mr. Sloan, you started drumming, and now your entire existence revolves around music. Your social networks, your friendships, your partnerships. It's all around, it's all around music, and that's a real power of it. So we're alive to that. We don't see this as just let's have music because it's good for the economy. I think for the inquiry, it's very much about all those things, and we are particularly interested in the role of music as a storyteller, but increasingly in the times we live in, where people are feeling distant from each other and fractious and bigger divisions, bringing people together. So how we do that, how we do that, how we get there, that's the question.
With families as well, and if I look at families who can support music, I think, how did music enter my family? My grandpa was in World War I. He got separated from his regiment, stuck on a farm in France, and the lady there was playing the piano to take her mind off her troubles. And he thought, if I ever have a kid, I'm going to teach that kid the piano, because I want them to be able to have some way of comforting themselves in very difficult situations. So that's how my mum got piano lessons. But it's really.
The school kept sending me recorders.
Yeah.
It's not working.
No, that's the death whistle, I think
You
it's
should
been
add
called.
that they should be
It
banned.
can be. But I think it brings it to a choice, and different families will have different instruments that they love or play or sing. Oh, it can be a very beautiful instrument if played really well, but usually not the plastic ones or the ones that swell in the Kimberley and there's.
No, I'm going to throw, Ms. Templeman, do you have anything further?
No, look, I'm happy for you to take the conversation. It's going in really interesting directions.
Thank you, Ms. Templeman. Mrs. Archer? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I have one more thing to add about music education and following on from the remarks made by Paul, and that is that it's really important for kids to see role models, and we have in the youth orchestras and the symphony orchestra, we often have side-by-side performances where we work with either amateurs or with Australian National Academy of Music. Those sort of programs are fantastic, and they build relationships. And I've alluded to that in my report on tours and building big connections for musicians too. But in education, it's really important to have those steps.
Heard yesterday as well, around, and I suspect it's that same experience of if someone just introduces you to the instrument and shows you how to play it.
And,
okay.
I mean, our concert master, one of our concert masters in Wazo, when he was 4, he heard me play is a violin and viola duet in his kindy, and he said, "I want to learn the violin." And so that's his journey, and you know.
But I think then if you have the opportunity to go and play that instrument with other people
Yes.
playing that instrument,
and then we found him a good
else.
teacher, and then he went to the youth orchestra. And there's a whole career, number of steps in between.
I'm going to ask each of you, what is the single most important thing that we need to recommend to the minister in given that the government is going to make, we as an inquiry are going to finish a report, then we're going to make recommendations to the minister. What's the single most important recommendation we need to make, in your view, in order to promote and enhance live music in Australia?
To collaborate.
No. Individual. So you each get a go.
Yeah. I would say to reform the governance of our arts and educational institutions together, and even health institutions, so that music is a vital part of a sustainable and creative future for music in Australia, for the benefit of the whole population.
I think there needs to be sort of funding and philosophical acknowledgement of emerging music venues as sort of as art galleries, essentially what they are, as essential. Because of that thing I said earlier about the transition from hobby to career, that's where that happens. That's where they cut their teeth. It's where they build their first audience, which then expands from that moment, and it creates the budgets which permits bands to start moving around and travelling to expand. So if they go, we're in big trouble in terms of that chain. So no point learning an instrument if you've got nowhere to play it when you get older, right? So it's the emerging side, and we haven't touched on this at all, but the oligopoly or the consolidation of the contemporary music business with these vertically integrated businesses is sort of potentially catastrophic for audiences and emerging artists as well, because it's become not an arts-based approach. It's not people interested in the arts presenting art. It's corporates trying to treat it like any old business. Regulation around ticket fee amounts. There's no reason for ticket fees to be 20% of the gross of a ticket. And if they were at a more competitive place, they might be 5 to 10% range. Tickets would be cheaper and people would be going to more shows. And the more people go to more shows, then the whole economy, the employment, everything widens. So some sort of regulatory look at the consolidation, which hasn't really occurred properly. There's a lot of talk about it, but no action, and that's...
That margin you mentioned, the 20%, is that something that you know for fact?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been talking about it a lot last couple of years. The largest independent company in Australia, when we set up tickets, I always add up the total that the consumer is going to pay at the end, because that's important for me to know. I might think that a ticket price that is actually being paid that breaks the customer's back, if it goes over $50, no one's going to go to the show. If the booking fee is $18, I can only get $31 for the band in that situation, because I've got to allow for that booking fee. But on most tours, if I do the average, it's around 20% if it's Ticketek or Ticketmaster, which are the two vertically integrated promoter businesses that own those big ticket companies. If I'm doing a show with Oztix, who are the largest independent, they're charging 9 to 10% average.
And what difference does that make to the ticket in the end?
Well, it's a $100 ticket, it's $10, isn't it? So that's $10 for nothing. I mean, I used to run a ticket business, which I sold in 2008 or something, but I could make a profit on that on $3 booking fee, and it's just a simple service to make a transaction for a ticket. And that 20% of the gross turnover of the Australian music business is going in fees. It's crazy. Like, it's literally crazy. And the government no one talks about it very much. But if you're talking about start talking about the scale of the business, every $1 billion, $200 million is going for fees that shouldn't even be there.
What percentage of the market do those companies have?
Nice, 90%. That's a crazy amount, yeah. Because what offends me, taxpayers build the arena goes to one of those companies to manage and deliver shows. Most of the shows, 90% plus that go into those arenas, are from the companies that own the ticket businesses. Live Nation did $18 billion worth of concerts last year globally and lost $500 million. So they're not even making money off the promoter business. Their operating margin on the ticket business was 30%, $3 billion turnover, $1 billion profit. So the group makes money because it's just got a loss leader. So you put yourself into the position of being an independent Australian promoter, trying to compete with a promoter that's doing $18 billion for the trade and able to lose money. Or if you're an independent ticket company, trying to compete with a business who's got the rights sewn up for all the big arenas and charging 20%. They've then got the money to buy the rights pretty much for tickets wherever they want, right? So that has artificially increased the cost of going to shows, which for me is a big problem. But if these guys get bigger and I start going into those smaller arena-sized venues, or even at the smaller venues, it's sort of a problem. But I've then got to allow 20% of what I know a customer might pay for them. I've got to allow for that just to go in. The transaction for the ticket is mind-boggling to me.
Thank you for that. And we're going to give the last word to Mr. Smith. What's the single most important recommendation we need to make to promote and keep live music going in Australia?
Probably building on that, I would say to see local live music as not a numbers game. It's really more probably something for the health department to get involved in, because of the benefit it has for the community and also the development of artists. And I think with the monopolisation of the larger end of town, it's going to be a difficult ship to turn. But if $1 from every one of those giant tickets came down to local music venues, you could keep them all open, and that would be the success. The government wouldn't have to spend a cent to do it either.
Thank you all for your evidence today. Really appreciate you taking the time. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all released and free to go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. So
we're not going to get a stream of correspondence.
I will just ask them when they get on the phone. All right. Are they all ready to go now?
There's two on the line.
Two on the line? All right, we'll get cracking then. All right. All right, there we go. We're live. I now call representatives from the group of smaller independent musicians, DJs, promoters, agents and venues. For the Hansard record, and they're joining us by phone, I should say. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi, my name is Kieran Brahman, and I appear before the committee as the convener of this group.
Thank you, Mr.
I think my colleagues Simon and Tim are potentially joining. I'm not sure if they're on the call yet.
I'll just find out. Thank you, Mr. Bremen. Is that Simon?
My name's Timothy Fennell. I'm a venue owner of a venue in Melbourne called Miscellanea, and also work in the capacity of sort of general manager, booker, promoter, so a lot of hats.
Thank you, Mr. Fennell. And is Mr. Simon Fraser on the line? No. So we've got Mr. Fennell, beg your pardon, and Mr. Bramham. Welcome to you both. I'm going to go through the rest of the formalities. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting opening statements, I'll just we'll introduce ourselves. Ms.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee and the member for Bass in Tasmania.
Thank you. And Ms. Templeman?
Susan Templeman, a member for Macquarie and just outside Sydney in the Blue Mountains, and Special Envoy for the Arts.
Thank you both. And I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the committee and member for Lions in Tasmania. And we'll now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish. And I think we'll throw to you, Mr. Bremen.
Thank you, Chair. I'll kick off with a brief opening statement. I'm appearing alongside Tim and Simon. I hope that Simon's able to join the call shortly. And I'm very appreciative of the Parliament's interest in improving live music and exploring the opportunities and challenges in this space. As a group of smaller independent artists, promoters, DJs, venues, we've come together in order to make a submission to the inquiry, largely because these sorts of processes take a bit of time, and that those who are throwing smaller parties and smaller types of events often don't have the resources or capacity to pull these together. So we've come together for the purposes of putting forward our view here, and we think that's quite important because the smaller side of the electronic music industry, I think, is often underrepresented in these processes, and it's also, I think, an underrepresented and underappreciated part of the economic contribution and also cultural contribution that live music makes in this country. To, I guess, clarify the segment of the market that we're representing, it is the electronic music and, I guess, nightlife element. That doesn't, exclude sort of day parties. It includes, things like smaller festivals, nightclub nights, something that we often refer to as parties, which I would like to clarify for the committee is something where a promoter will often book a venue or a night for a number of DJs to play. Those DJs often play original music compositions as well as remixes. And there's often, significant investment in lighting and design and the overall experience for attendees. I think our submission touched on a number of challenges, and we made several policy recommendations to the committee for your consideration. And to quickly touch on a few of those, I think for grants, the funding would be improved if it were more open or expanded to be focused on electronic music. It would also benefit from being more focused on promoters, who in this space are the ones who increasingly, they book the venues, they pay the artists, they also book the artists. But a lot of grant programs are only open to licensed venues, which excludes a lot of promoters. Also a greater focus for grants on broader sustainability of the industry, rather than, but in addition to subsidies for artist fees. Things like investment in audiovisual soundproofing, growth and expansion of venues, all these things would facilitate more individuals to go to more events. We also would like to see a resource or ability to easily network within the industry to connect those who are starting out, as well as assist those to scale up their events. And that then ties into export as well. So connections to promoters, venues overseas in Asia Pacific, Europe, the US, that would allow people to tour frequently. From the community we represent, this is just done off people's connections that they build over time. And this could be greatly accelerated and expanded if there was a resource that could be tapped into to facilitate that process. And the last point was around economic analysis. When throwing these kinds of events, there's often the need for licensing with local council or even state government. And it's often hard to demonstrate the economic value of these events because there's no ability to commission independent economic analysis. And there's also then the interests of residents and the broader community as well. So a really detailed economic analysis that explored the specific impacts of electronic music in these smaller events, I think would be very valuable.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bramham. I'm advised Mr. Fraser is trying to get on the call, but is having technical difficulties. We'll hopefully hear from him soon. Mr. Fennell, do you have anything to add to Mr. Bramham's statements? We lost Mr. Fennell. Might just be you, Mr. Bramham. I'm not sure what's happened to Mr. Fennell, but that's all right. Look, we'll
Sorry, I had my phone on mute.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to Mr. Bramham's statement?
Yeah, a couple of things that would be useful from a venue perspective. There's all those things that affect promoters and artists and patrons throughout the sort of ecosystem of electronic and live music. But from our perspective, as venues, things that can engage with the rapidly increasing costs at all levels, potentially looking at the insurance issues that everyone's facing. I know that's been touched on before, but also, potentially some sort of excise sort of reimbursement for live music venues or something like that, or, looking at tort reform to bring the insurance down, and opening up grants to sort of different art forms versus the traditional classical art forms and stuff would be really helpful. There's sort of a bias against what's seen as not cultural stuff, even though it's a thriving art scene around the country.
Thank you. Now, I believe we may have Mr. Fraser. I'll just check. No, we don't have Mr. Fraser. All right, so I think we've got Mr. Bramham, Mr. Fennell, and Ms. Templeman on the line. Look, I might just kick off because I guess your concern centres on electronic music and DJing perhaps being underappreciated when compared to more traditional live music. But and Mr. Bramham, you mentioned that there is a fair bit of originality in the electronic and live music scene. Would you mind just teasing that out a little bit? Because and I'll absolutely fess up. My understanding of this sector is Moby is sort of my that's my entree to electronic music. Is I guess Moby. That shows how long I've been listening to it. But it's generally remixes. How much originality is there in terms of original music? In terms of electronic music's contribution to Australia's storytelling and cultural tapestry, what's the role of electronic music in that?
Yeah, I think often the word DJ is used interchangeably to mean, I think, two types of artists. One is someone who, I guess, sequences and layers songs that are other people's compositions. And the other one is probably better referred to as a music producer. And that's someone who can or does write entirely original compositions. And there's a few Australian sort of DJ music producer individuals out there right now who are, globally renowned, people like Fisher, Dom Dollar, who have seen, enormous success in the US and Europe. And I, almost liken them to the modern day, maybe AC/DC or In Excess, in terms of Australia's, cultural music export. And I think, both of them have, entirely original compositions, which are their own. They're electronic in nature. So there's that end of the spectrum. And then I think from the world that we represent, it's very common for the DJs that would be booked at these events to have some original compositions within a mix that's played for a couple of hours. And that would be entirely original compositions. There might then also be what you would know as like a remix or an edit of a song, which would be, a partially original composition. And then there would also be portions of that where they're playing other people's music.
Yeah, and there's certainly a valid argument to be had that, mashing up to original songs with a remix and different beats and things is itself some level of originality as well. But in terms of the storytelling, the Australian storytelling is I wouldn't mind getting some input on that. In terms of just putting, is there an Australian storytelling component to electronic music?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think there is a lot of electronic music that references, a lot of the Australian culture, whether that's including electronic or synthesized versions of instruments like the didgeridoo, or including samples of the Australian landscape. I think there's a lot of that, and I think it is very culturally significant to our identity and forms part of what we share with the world. I might hand to Tim to jump in on this point.
Yep, Mr. Fennell.
Hey, I think also there's a bit of a lot of these art forms get lumped in one as being exclusively DJing, but there are a lot of live music, like producers that then do perform live, just not with a traditional band. Oftentimes they're whether that's using stems of the songs and then using controllers, or whether that's sort of actually generating live synthesis on stage and that sort of stuff. So there's a broad thread of electronic music, but because of the view of electronic music as being primarily sort of DJs and that sort of thing, it's sort of often treated as a lesser discipline. And there's also, there's a bit less of an understanding of whether someone's playing live or not, just by virtue of, it often looks pretty similar. If they're standing on stage playing with electronic stuff, so to the average eye, it just looks like the same thing. But there is a wealth of amazing producers playing live, making live music in the electronic sphere. We sort of have live performances. Probably 30-40% of the gigs that we run will have an element of live music, original productions by Australian musicians, and the particularly Melbourne sort of music scene, but the Australian music scene has its own flavour. Is world renowned for sort of some of the subgenres and the sort of record labels and producers coming from here, and we have a number of sort of underground celebrities that are in demand all around the world. And, so many people from overseas want to come here and experience these sort of live music scenes that are going on. There's a particular stream of Australian festivals out in the bush, but then there's a particular, sort of flow of music from those areas that also, is sort of a particular interaction between the bush here and the musicians that isn't the same as, going to Europe and it's just a completely different landscape, completely different weather, all that sort of stuff. There's a uniquely Australian stream of live productions and original music developed for these sort of Australian outdoor events.
Thank you.
And that's been the case since the 90s.
Thank you. We've heard some evidence, and I won't prejudge it, because that electronic music might suffer in some jurisdictions, some municipalities, because there's an assumption made by local authorities, whether it's police or conservative local government organisations that may control venues, that there's a correlation between electronic music and illicit drug taking, and therefore they make it hard for you or your sector to get gigs. Has that been your, first I'll ask, has that been your experience?
Yeah, I might start off with that one and then to you, Tim. I think there's certainly a perception of electronic music being both a nuisance and something that's unsafe, and that's ties into very broad media coverage of overdose incidences that do happen in electronic music festivals. That is a real concern, but I would say that those in the industry take that very, very seriously. And I think the flip side of it is that often these spaces and the kinds of events that our community throws are avenues for people to develop safer behaviours around using substances. I don't think that anyone promotes that behaviour, but when you have a group of young people, and often for our events it's queer, BIPOC people who are probably going to use those substances anyway, there's an avenue for government to provide materials that are shown, and I think Vanessa, and there's a number of other government funded programs around safe partying behaviours, and I think it's through these events that people build skills and also, I guess, knowledge and understanding so that they can support their friends or even strangers in an event that those people find themselves in trouble.
So, how much of a barrier to the acceptability of electronic music at a institutional level by local government authorities in particular, by funding bodies, by the police, and how much of a barrier then is that correlation or that assumption that these sorts of concerts, I guess, I'm not sure whether you call them concerts, might be using some pretty old Gen X parties. Does the assumption of the correlation between illicit drug taking, pill popping, and these parties, how much of a barrier is that to the acceptance of this particular subgenre of live music?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty significant. It would be hard to say. I imagine this committee has a stronger perception of the broader public's view. It's quite hard to, I think, develop that understanding from within it. For us, this is sort of, I think, a norm, and it is something that's present and it is part of that culture. And I think it is a large problem. We're very excited about, I think, pill testing coming in Victoria. It's going to make things safer for a lot of people. And there's a lot of harm reduction measures that government on off level, but I think more so at the state level, could explore to both improve perceptions and also just improve outcomes and the safety of individuals who participate in these events.
Thank you. I'm just going to throw to Ms. Templeman, if she's got any questions for you, Ms. Templeman.
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking about the comment about our perceptions as a committee, and you're on the phone and I'm on the phone, so you can't see that. I think we've got someone in their 40s, someone in their 50s, and someone in their 60s, and I'll let you worry about who's who, but I suspect this is a genre we are less familiar with, although I know my kids have certainly talked to me about the difference they've experienced in Europe as opposed to Australia around just the whole vibe, I guess, is the word around it. So thank you for enlightening us and kind of bothering to get on our radar about this. I just want to pick up in your submission. I'm just going to my scribbled notes here. You talk about the okay. Well, there's one bit about grants, and I was just trying to think in terms of government grants. I can't think of anything where my head has gone, oh yeah, that is definitely targeted at your genre. So I wondered how often there are grants that you can even tweak to be relevant to the audiences that you're performing for.
I have a fair bit of experience in this as a venue that we run from these sort of, more party style events to a lot more experimental, like electronic music, sort of a broad range, like some fairly live arts focused, not even fairly, like very live arts focused experimental music through to sort of fairly sort of straight down the line, just 4 or 5 DJs on a night. So we have a broad range of stuff, and we've applied to multiple grants over the last few years, and through Creative Australia, through Creative Victoria, through local councils, all that sort of thing. Every grant we've been knocked back for, even though, in example of Creative Australia, the people working for Creative Australia were like, that's a really strong application, that's really good. We've had assistance from previous assessors. We've pitched something that to us feels really culturally significant and not related at all to that sort of traditional club style events. But then once it actually comes through, we sort of end up just getting told, oh, and it doesn't fit the priorities, or it doesn't necessarily align with whatever the peer assessors are thinking, stuff like that. And I think it's just the people that do assess these grants are people who come from a traditional world of classical music or opera, or, sort of more traditional, what's seen as like maybe more serious or more conservative art forms and that sort of thing. And so for them, they maybe, this is supposition as well, but it doesn't feel like there's stuff that lines up with the sort of intersection that we're doing. Like, we run what is kind of a club, but is also, we've done theatre nights and musicals, we've had lots of performance art and dance things, run lots of, poetry nights and all sorts of things. So we're running a gamut of stuff, but just by virtue of being in this club space, it then seems to be treated as less serious art by the sort of grant funders and that sort of stuff. So, I don't know. It seems to be a problem for us.
Yeah, look, thank you for sharing that. I mean, in fact, Creative Australia just did a round of applications for peer assessors, and they sort of appoint people to a panel. I'm pretty sure
we actually applied.
Oh, good. Well, I'm really pleased you did. I mean, no one can guarantee success there, but we've got a really clear policy that, as you say, decisions are made by peers, and the wider that pool, the wider things become. And that's the other bit I wanted to ask you about, and that is, can you explain to us your role in encouraging diversity within the sector? I know, you talked about a space for young, queer, Black, Indigenous or person of colour, marginalised groups to find community. Can you just explain why that is and what you see at your events?
Yeah, I mean, we started this venue, the traditional venue owners are almost exclusively white, older people, because that's who's got enough money to be able to start a venue, or who was able to sort of jump in when venues were cheaper and had less of a barrier to entry. We got very lucky in that a venue popped up for sale in the middle of the COVID lockdown, and me and some friends pulled some money together and sort of did it the most bare bones budget way. But the whole intention was to sort of actually provide a space where the decisions were being made with the idea of sort of these marginalised communities and the sort of people involved in them, giving people an opportunity to run events, giving people an opportunity to play at these events without necessarily having the same financial restrictions or sort of needing backing to be able to open up events, that sort of stuff. Also just giving different people a chance and trying to sort of, open up these floodgates to more people, because people are so interested in doing this stuff, but there's, it's a closed industry. There's a tradition of like, male only, white only lineups for the last 20 or 30 years in this scene. Same, a lot of live music has been very male dominated, very straight, very white. And so, it's been a big thing for us. We work with a lot of, people from all sorts of different backgrounds all around the city. And lots of different music styles, all sorts of different, whatever we can, and have really, we have a strict policy of, no male only, no white only lineups at the venue, and, sort of enforce that with all promoters and that sort of thing. So, it's just doing what we can to try and improve the open up positions for performers and for promoters and for people involved at every level, and make spaces that people feel comfortable in.
Maybe just to add to that,
Absolutely.
I think there's also, pardon me. I was going to say on this, some other specific initiatives that help create that space. We often see free or very discounted tickets for people who identify as Indigenous, or for other groups of people, or for Black individuals. There's also creating or investing in, say, security that is representative of the demographic, and also specifically trained in dealing with different communities. So a trans night, it's quite important that there's a large contingent of trans or queer folk there, so that those individuals feel safe and feel comfortable in that space. It can be quite hard if it's just a small group of individuals who are in a large, very heteronormative environment.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Look, I think the only other question I'll touch on is around international. The submission talked about the need for better support for music exports from agencies like Austrade, and I just wondered if you could talk through what you see as that relationship between international music exports and success within the domestic live music industry. Why is that international stuff so important?
Yeah, I think so. On the international side, it's unfortunate Simon's not able to make this call because he's toured Asia a few times, and has spoken about wanting to get over to Europe, wanting to also do the US, but finding it, I guess there's a lot of barriers there, and largely it's a very word of mouth and networking focused or networking driven approach, where you'll find other friends who have done it and they'll say, go play this club, go speak to this person who runs this festival or event or this tour agent. These are the reputable people, and then you'll speak to them to then book a tour. But if you don't have those connections, or you don't have access to be able to find those connections, I think it is very difficult. And I think one of the benefits of
I think somebody's put themselves on hold.
Someone's accidentally put themselves on hold.
Yeah, I think that might be. Yeah, can I just ask everybody?
Sorry, I was just trying to join Simon. Sorry, wasn't sure if that had come through. I'm sorry.
No, we got not so beautiful music.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So we've been joined by Mr. Fraser, have we? Have we been joined?
Hey, sorry.
Hi, Mr. Fraser, would you mind just giving us your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, so my name is Simon. It's actually Graza with a G, not an M. So Graza.
Graza, sorry.
Yeah. And basically, I am a DJ and also a promoter. I run a party in Melbourne called Confide with one of my friends, Jesse Mellon. And yeah, we've been basically doing it for the last 3 years or so. And it's just predominantly a queer, BIPOC kind of specific party. So we have a lot of people who come who are queer identifying, trans identifying, and people of colour.
Thank you very much. Now, I apologise to Mr. I think it was Fennell who was giving some evidence then, but Mr. Bramham, I think, did say it's a shame you weren't on the call because you've toured Asia and you do have some insight into Ms. Templeman's question, which was about the importance of the submission has called for Austrade to partner with local export officers to establish overseas networks. And given your experience travelling overseas, what insight you might have into that?
Yeah, so basically, from what I've gathered from travelling overseas, it's all been done through kind of like recommendations through friends and people in the industry. So basically, unless you've got the contact to play in venues overseas, it can be quite challenging to know where to work.
Sorry to interrupt. We're getting a bit of feedback. Are we on speakerphone, or are you able to speak directly into your phone? Or
Yeah, I can do that. Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Yes, so basically, it's quite challenging because you don't know what contacts to look for and who's running events and venues and stuff like that. So unless you've got actual direct contact with people who work in the industry, it can be quite challenging to start looking into working overseas, say in Asia or Europe. And then obviously in a place like America, like the visa process is very complicated and quite tedious.
Thank you. Ms. Templeman, did you want to add to that?
No, that's fine. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Look, thank you so much. I've got one to, probably to Mr. Bramham, I guess, as group convener. When I think of these electronic dance parties, I think of just an ocean of heaving people having a terrific time, but in front of a DJ on a big stage, smashing out the tunes. Probably not Albo, although I'm sure he'll probably like it in another life to do that job. But it demonstrates to me there is a lot of crowd support for your sector. What sort of numbers would you expect? Because your submission has called for a more mid-sized and larger venues with sufficient late-night licences, which you currently have difficulty accessing. What sort of numbers would you expect to be getting at your parties?
So we are at a point now where we can sell out one of our parties within like the space of basically half an hour. So once our tickets go on, so the last few events that we've done, we generally sell out in the first day. And our cap ticket, because of the venue capacity, is generally between 200 to 300 people. If we do quite an extended event, say over 12 hours, there will be some capacity to have extras because people will come and go throughout the evening or the day and not spend the whole duration of the event there. But one of the problems with what we're having is now there is such a demand for our party that trying to find a venue that is maybe more of a 500 to 600, 700 capacity is quite challenging in Melbourne. There's not really that many venues.
And
also,
sorry. No, you go. You carry on.
I was just going to say, we're quite particular, because we are a more kind of queer identifying venue. We want to ensure that the venues are quite comfortable and people that we're working with are quite understanding about what it is to have these kind of patrons throughout, at our parties. So, we have a lot of gender non-conforming trans people come through, as well as, there's BIPOC as well. So it's not as easy just to find a venue because maybe the staff aren't unsure about how to work with those people as well and how to make sure it's a safe space for these people to make them feel absolutely comfortable. So that's another kind of roadblock we find. And then basically, just finding those venues is a bit hard with the labour license or the not jumping to the capacity of 1,000 people, a big space a venue on King Street or a nightclub down in South Yarra or something like that.
So, in terms of the economics of your parties, you sell out your 300 tickets pretty quickly. You could probably go to 700, 800 with little trouble if the venue is available. What are the economics of putting on a party event? Given those numbers, I don't know what you're charging per ticket, but what other revenue are there bar sales as well at the venues or merch?
No, so predominantly the venue will keep the money of the bar. That's what usually happens. We take predominantly the cost of the ticket sales. Some venues will also take a bit of the ticket sales depending on the venue. So they might take $1 to $2 or a percentage or something like that. But predominantly our revenue is purely from ticket sales. We haven't gone into anything like merchandise or anything like that to date. And also, like with our ticket sales, we only charge a ticket a max of $30. So another reason for that is because we want to ensure that the crowd that we get, they can't afford a ticket of $60 to $70 for a night out, because they usually work in, minimum wage jobs, or they work in creative fields where they, are working from job to job. And so it ensures that the crowd that we are getting is specifically a true representation of the queer community in Melbourne. So that's usually like how our economics work. And also we're not just paying the DJs. We have people who do installation of artworks and decor, so bringing in lighting and like a haze machine and operating the lights to make a bit of an ambience, as well as we also have other people who help out throughout the night, but generally sometimes they will get a free ticket to enter to the venue.
Sure. So you've got your artist your artist cost, which is your one of a better term, DJ, producer, and then you've got all your supported technicians and others. Who normally would pay security costs? Are they sort of the venue, or do you have to contribute to that?
Yeah,
or?
so the security is done by the venue. So the venue will have their own in-house security generally that they are working with, or if they outsource the security through a third party. But we don't really have too much to do with that, unless we were doing an event, say at like the Fairfield Amphitheatre or something like that, in which you have to get security. But generally our venues will have their own security that they have in-house.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you one last question on behalf of the group. What's the single most important recommendation you'd like to see us make to the Minister?
I think just a bit more of taking like these kind of events a bit more seriously, and maybe try and maybe have some more opportunities for things, either like grants or just spaces that we can even utilize, maybe like as a one-off, say if there's an empty venue in the city or somewhere where we can have a license for a one-off, maybe over summer or something like that. Like our party is like, it's very community focused. So like the people who are coming come back quite regularly. Like obviously like music is like a very important part of it as well, but it's fostering a space for, like I said, like a marginalized group of the community to, meet up and like make connections with people. And that's one of the main things that like I've always had when I was growing out in Melbourne when I first turned 18, was going to venues that were more established, where you'd go back every week and start to make a bit of a community atmosphere. So like I said, and just having these spaces where people can feel safe, and it's not just about partying, it's about forming relationships with each other and a bit of a connection, to be honest. That's like basically the real mains of it all.
We're out of time. Mr. Bramman, Mr. Fennell, Mr. Grazer, look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 22 August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all free to go. Thank you so much for your evidence today and for taking the time to share your insights with the inquiry. There being no further witnesses scheduled, I ask a member to move that the committee stand adjourned.
So moved.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and so carried. And the committee is adjourned. Everybody goes home.